Good morning, all. I welcome to you all to the 10th International Conference on Application Science, Engineering, and Technology and Management, organized by Crown University International in USA. Official council campus and government and university worldwide in the online operation. And in this aspect with the Institute of Engineering and Research and Publications. Institute for Engineering Research and Publication is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional association. Mean is the research development and promotion in the field engineering and technology. We are a platform to promote the achievement and dissemination of the knowledge in engineering and technology. IFERP is a professional association from forum where innovation and research interests could be supported and development in our mutual interest. Our forum and association consist of professional leaders and organizations connected each other with a mission and to work as the result of science for defending the earth. IEFRE provides a world-class platform site for science, research, academia, and business, and figuring on bioorganization conference and public research article. IFERP conference bring together a professional research in the leader who explore all the venue and reinforce for the field applied science, engineering, and technology. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, there is a video. Okay.
Hello. 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 Hello.
Okay, sorry, inconvenient about the video. So,
Hello.
okay, I will share about Crown University International charter in the USA official partner. Crown University International Charter in USA, official partner concept campus at the government regulated university worldwide in online operation. And it is duty incorporated under International Law 7004 and 764 and then 7080 United States of America of the first state Delaware. We charter with number 75694 and 662 as a worldwide coordination teaching and the research university in international trademark registered of Lego in international trademark order received with number 66 and 883. Customer number 27016. In United States of America, in official partner United Nations global impact and properly accredited, regulates and licensed with the following bodies: Mystery and Optic Educations, of Health of Santa Cruz Province, Argentina in South America, Board and Quality Standard in UK, in collaboration with the International Network of Quality Assurance and Agency Higher Education, as the full registered member with head office delegated in Spain with international quality assurance body, which work closely partners with a national education body, worldwide such a council higher in USA, Department Education USA, European Association of Quality Assurance in Higher Education in Europe, National Accreditation Board, Ghana, and other education body in Africa country, with other academic and to control education in around over 140 countries. Is also worldwide association is near 300 organizations active in the theory and the practice and quality assurance in higher education international Association University United Kingdom. I will share about the conference. The third international conference of applied science engineering, technology and management. Is a forum to present excellent results and the new challenge facing the field on engineering. Is bringing together the researchers, scientists, engineering, scholars, students in all areas of engineering. The technology provide an international forum for dissemination of original result. The practical development experience with the concentrated above theory and practice. The conference has focused the volunteer topic in the computer science, civil, mechanical, social science, electrical and electronic engineering and management studies. Subject ESM 2002 and 2002 will be held during 7th March 20 and 22 in virtual platform. The conference is jointly organized by Crown University International Charter in USA, official partner campus in a government regulated university worldwide in online presentation in using for engineering research publication. I would like to introduce our honor dignitary one by one. Firstly, I would like to welcome our special guest. He has a unique Laurent work acclaimed distinguished Professor Emeritus Sir Bahiru Ameru, the Vice Challenger, Crown University International Agency in USA, official partner consulate campus at the government regulated university worldwide in operation. I would like to welcome our keynote speaker, the first speaker, Dr. K. Meran, Director, Sri Sai Ram Institute of Management Study, Sri Ram Engineering College, Chennai. And secondly, Dr. Suman Majumdar, Head of the Research of Development by the Customer Care, Mumbai is Maharashtra, India. Third, Professor Christian Kaunert, Professor of Policy and Security Department of the Lesson Education, Universities of the South Wales in United Kingdom. And I would like to welcome our session chair, the first IHS UNESCO Learned Work Acclaimed Distinguished Professor Emeritus Sri Bahiru Ameru, the Vice Challenger and Crown University in Charter in USA, official partner consulate campus at the government regulated university worldwide online operation. The second, Professor Dr. Gabriel Kamanda, Secretary General, Zimbabwe Academy. Next, I would like to welcome to our Animan keynote speaker, Dr. Kemaran, Director Sri Ram Institute of Management Study. The second, Desa Suman Majanan, Head of the Research Development by J. Customer Care. And the third one, Professor Christian Kantner, Professor Policing and Security Department of the Life Science and Education, University of the South Wales, United Kingdom. Next, I would like to welcome the Chair H. Learned Work and Distribution and Receiver Room and Crown International USA Official Consulate Campus at the Government-Related University Worldwide Operation. And the second, Gabriel Kamada, Secretary in Zimbabwe Science. For I would like to share about the proceeding book release for this seminar. On behalf of all the dignitary, all participants, we are happy to release our proceeding book for third international conference on applied science, engineering, and technology and management. Thank you for joining us for during this pandemic situation in imparting this expertise with us. I would like to take up this opportunity to welcome all our presenters across the world who has developed time at night with the latest research study. I would like to also to welcome all the art attendants to join us today. Before we start, speak for the special guest, I would like to invite you to turn on your camera. So we want to take a photo together. Please, the host, take the picture. Okay, please turn the camera, please. Okay. 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 Good. Everyone are ready? Okay. I would like to invite you to open your camera, so we will take a photo for the shortly. Is already? Okay. For the slide, first slide, we have two slides here. Okay, how about the community? You are ready? Okay, please to take. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite you to open your camera. We will take the photo. Okay, thank you.
Hello.
Yeah.
Hello, my brother. How are you?
I'm fine. Okay, welcome to speak for a guest. Yeah, it's my pleasure.
We have network problem. It's a network problem.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Yes,
I'm very excited to be among us today for this international conference. You have done a wonderful job to make this conference to be reality, in which I commend your effort very well. And I also welcome all of our participants from this, all the name I will see on the screen. From your humble self, Ale Munduwa Pakotura, I welcome you. I really appreciate your effort. And then the Duateda Costa Samento, I welcome you, sir. And Noravini the Manning. I greet you, madam. How are you? And also my sister intern Pamanatazari. You are welcome. And then the Zuman Bajoda, I welcome you. Senk Emba MBA, I welcome you. Olayinka Toyin, I welcome you. Navutali, I welcome you. Razani Rosiri, I welcome you. Fakatazawari, I welcome you. Sonda, I welcome you. Dr. Tori, I welcome you. Professor Abba Grover, I welcome you. Prina, I welcome you. Prina Tiwari, I welcome you. Onayinka Toyin, I welcome you once again. Amani Apuni, I welcome you. And some other like Daniel Kevi. I also salute you, all of you. All of you, you are welcome to this wonderful conference. And I pray that the conference will be something that will be fruitful for all of us, that will benefit us and benefit the society and the world at large by the grace of God. So it's a very, very wonderful conference to make a complete international conference with this international organization in collaboration with our Crown University International Charter or Crown University International. We are also behind the same name. Crown University International Charter in the United States of America. We have teaching and research officers at campus in Southern Cross Province in Argentina, South America, and online operation. So it's a pleasure to welcome all of you here. The world we are today is we are in the world of research, that we are doing the research and then the teaching and research. Without research, the world is useless. With any research that we do, article we do, presentation we do is what we publish. What we publish today to become what will be an history tomorrow. As we know that there's no event, no history. If you have not discovered something through the research, there's nothing we can publish. So when we try to look for the research and discover new things to make sure that the world become a better place through the vision and mission that we want to be a benefit to our society and our immediate society and the world at large. So all of you, I welcome you for this a great event. And I want to use this opportunity that we still have another more conference that is coming. And we would like you to inform your colleagues in your different organization, university, and some other parastatal. They are also most welcome to join another future conference. So it's a pleasure to welcome you as the Vice Chancellor of the Crown University International Charter Incorporated with Visa Partner Consulted Campus Worldwide and online operation. And in collaboration with our partner here, they have been done a wonderful job to make this thing to be realistic. So it's a pleasure once again to welcome everybody. And I believe that this kind of conference will be fruitful for us and benefit for our immediate society and the world at large. Once again, I salute your courage and I welcome all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Hecho learned work acclaimed to dismiss the Professor Emeritus Sir Baheru Ameru for the fabulous speech. So next, welcoming keynote speaker. I hope you that today inspired idea discussion around different field of the red area. We make the knowledge again. Here we start our keynote speaker sections. Please welcome Dr. Cameron. Next, I would like to welcome to the third Cameron Director, Sri Ram Institute of Management Study, Sri Ram Engineering College tonight is to deliver keynote speak. Dr. Cameron is the Director, Sri Ram Engineering College. He has department and the professor for management study. He published 201 articles in national and international journal, organized 12 international conference, and then 40 national conference, 250 seminars, and 34 PFD and workshop, and has 700 program for the youth development career guide and various television media in Tamil Nadu, India. Time is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. Very good morning to another person here. My dear friends, very good morning.
Very good morning.
I'm really very happy to associate with this great forum. Different country expertise or expertise, the experts in academia, research and innovation aspect forum. So with this today, we are talking about the reality, the basic applied science, technology, then the management. I think I'm really very thankful to the organizer. Choose this topic. The topic is very, very contemporary topic. If you need research, if you want to equip your technology, we try to understanding the basic science. The science is more important for your technology development. Once you have understanding about the technology development, you must understanding about the management of technology. That's why the topic, what the organizers choosing the topic is a really very, very wonderful topic, the contemporary topic. Applied science, technology, and management for sustainable development. So with this, I can start my presentation. My PPTs. Would you able to view my PPT? Anyone responded? Please, you can give your view.
Yes,
feedback.
sir. Your screen is.
Yes, sir.
Yes, thank you. Yeah, today I'm going to talk about the technology and management, key factors for sustainable development. Without the technologies, the country is not here. Without the technology, the human also not in the world. Today, the technology is connecting. You are somewhere, I'm somewhere. But who is connecting? The technology is connecting of each and every people mind, each and every people views. So the technology is always supporting for the community. Without the technology, the community is not there. Without the technology, economy also not there. So technology is one of the most important part of every individual life. Every moment, the technology is more important. Take for instance, I think in India we had breakfast, right? Some of you might lunch, the dinner also. So in this agricultural technology is one of the most powerful part or tool to change the people life standard. There you can use the technology, even for agriculture, the textile technology, wearing, leather technologies, chemical technologies, pharma technologies, right? Wherever you go, the technology is playing a vital role. So the technologies is very, very important for our human life, common life. So apart from the technologies, whoever may be the developing technology, the technology innovation is something different, but how to managing the technology, the management of technology is one of the most important factors. That's why today in my keynote speech, I have mentioned technology and management. The conference coordinator coined the topic applied science. Yeah, applied science is more important. Without basic science theory, we never develop the technologies. The basic science very, very important. That's why many universities in abroad, science and technology universities. Right? So this is my topic today. So technology is what today they play a vital role. Technology play a vital role. I think nowadays you are talking about artificial intelligence, the future skills. Artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics, right? Cloud computing, data science. So nowadays the people talking about the technology, artificial AI. So artificial intelligence would achieve 70% of sustainable development goals in the world. Artificial intelligence. You can use AI even for launching rockets, agricultural development, banking industries growth, healthcare industries. Wherever you go, the applications for artificial intelligence applications are very, very important. Today, every country using the application of artificial intelligence. Even in future, the scope another 10 years, artificial intelligence only solution for the country development, community development. Right. So you can use the design more energy efficient buildings, power storage, optimize the renewable energy development. Wherever you go, even healthcare sectors, even in India. I think almost all hospital sectors using that artificial intelligence. Even COVID-19, during COVID-19, almost all countries use that artificial intelligence. So the AI always were the positive contributors to the environmental sustainability in many industries. So the AI role is very, very important. I think today every country is using, every technologies, every operational activities, artificial intelligence role is very, very important. So the technology is always speaking about our performances. Without technologies, we can't do anything. Even today, you see here, I think you see in today in Dubai, what do you call it? United Arab Emirates. United Arab Emirates. World Expo going on. 192 pavilions exhibit their talent in different dimensions, industrialization. There, the most of the countries using the artificial intelligence role, where they are using, how they are using, how to equip their economy. The ultimate aim of every individual or the country or the community strengthen their economy. How to strengthen the economy? If you are properly utilize such technology, like that is called the future skills, artificial intelligence, like data science or the machine learning. Definitely we can use this artificial intelligence. So this is one of the most important part in technology development, the recent technology development. So without this, the country is not here. Most of the places they already implemented. So the artificial intelligence are very important. So next to artificial intelligence, the cloud computing. Almost all of you are aware of. We are in the world, the internet world. Wi-Fi is very, very important. Right? So in this emerging situation, in the technology era, the cloud computing concept, sharing of services, the network to maximize the effectiveness of the resources. You see, every day the data are high. The storage also very high. Technology developments, n number of competitions, n number of transactions, n number of business activities, n number of economical activities, social activities. So all your information should be stored in a systematic way. Concept of sharing services over a network to maximize the effectiveness of the resources. The resources are very, very important. How to utilize the resource? We have plenty of resources. How to sort out these issues? How to sort out the storage? The data are very, very important. The retrieving the data is very important. The data securities are more important. So the cloud computing is one of the most important parts. It play a vital role for data administrations, data management, data concepts, sharing of the services. The cloud computing is more important. Then today the robotics. So the robotics, machine learning, artificial intelligence, though relevance. So the robotics management is something different. The robotics development something different. In the world market, the Japan is 52% of robotics and automation product which are produced. Robotics. Why? The robotics roles nowadays, instead of the human resource, The human resource, the machine resources, the technology resources are very, very important. Technology resources are very, very important. So how to use this robotics? You know, the Japan is a rising of robotic land. Japan is rising up robo. Even in the world markets, the Japan is produced more number of robotics. Every segment, even the robotics, what happened? Because today the healthcare sectors effectively utilizing robotic services for their healthcare service activities. Any developed countries, even US, European countries, Australian countries, Japan, almost all countries, they are effectively utilize the robotic services in healthcare sector. Not only in healthcare sectors, even automobile industries, the manufacturing sectors, automation sectors. So wherever you go, the robotics roles are very, very important. Why we need to use the effective operations, the efficient operations, effective utilization of resources. Effective utilization of resources. Effective utilization of resources. So that's why the robotics roles are very, very important. Robotics roles. So how to equip, how to developing this robotics in this technologies. Because even you used to tell about, you know, because when Bahrain, king of Bahrain. So when they used to visit the World Expo, World Industry Expos at Dubai, I think is what is security is only robot, only one robot. Securities, millions of dollars spending, several millions of dollars is spending to equip the robotics. The power of robotics is something different, which is equal to 500 army, which is equal to 500 army men, human resource. So you see the power of robotics, even in economical development, the country development, the society development, or the resources, manpower purpose. So the robotics are very, very important. Robotics are very, very important. So in these technology areas, we never ignore them. We never ignoring the technology. We must use the technologies. We must use the technologies. But how to effectively utilize the technologies in our business for our country, for our countries. So the robotics roles are very, very important. The Japan is one of the most important part. Now they are developing more number of robotics. The other countries also started to developing this kind of robotics, various type of robotics, service-based aspect, manufacturing-based activities. So there are n number of activities they are using. N number of activities they are preparing a robotics. Right. Then you know about the data science. Today in technologies, the data science play a vital role. Data science play a vital role. It may be a business analytics, data analytics, data science. Right? You may use that or Python. Why? Because the data are more important. How to collect the data, how to sorting the data, how to interpreting the data, how to presenting the data. Today, the world is functioning only because of the data. Even today, the organizer, the conference organizers, they are prepared with the data. How many research articles you have received? So from about how many of them research scholars, how many of them faculties, how many of them industrialists? How many of them, the technology-based segments? So every moment, the data science play a vital roles, even for the country operations, the government operation, or the corporate operations. So nowadays, the data are more important. Not only for today data, 2 decades back, 3 decades back, what was the performance of the particular market? What was the performance of particular technologies? What is today technologies? You can able to compare. You could able to comparing yesterday and today. Data science in the sense not only collection of the data from different sources. At the same time, how to make presentations. The way of presentations method is more important. The presentation method more important. The Ministry of Finance expecting something different. The Ministry of Human Resources expects something different. The same type of data, how I'm using the data for the particular domain, particular task, particular department. particular department. How to use my data, how to use my data. So as a scientist role, the data scientist role, according their need, according their expectations, on what basis their expectations, based on that, I need to preparing a data. I have to forward my data. I have to form my data. So data science play a vital role. So even the banking sector, whatever the segments. Today, the data science ruling the world. Data science ruling the world. Not only today, those days only the historical data. But you can use some of technologies. So that's what the technology only ruling the world. Technology is ruling the world. The technology applications in different domains. Those days, agriculture, there is no chance to using the technologies. But today, the agriculture using technologies, especially data science also there, cloud computing also there. Then even that artificial intelligence also there. So the technology only ruling the world. But according to the situations, how could I use my technology? But don't use this kind of technologies in war. Today, what we are doing, we are using our technologies in the war, which is highly distracting the human life. There, you need to use that human brain. How to use, where to use, when to use. Right? So the data science, playing very, very vital role. So data science playing a vital role. That's very important. That also another one important technologies. And you are talking about automations. Today in automations, what happening here? Wherever you go, industry 4.0. Right? So in this automations, what you call here? Where you can use the automations, wherever you do that manufacturing sectors. The main automation purpose to reduce the pollutions, reduces carbon, improve your productivities, minimize the waste, minimize the labor resources, minimize the cost of productions, more benefits to the end users. So the automations, even automobile industries or any other manufacturing sectors or consumer, any type of product, any type of industries, automation is always more important. How to use these automations in the manufacturing sectors? Today in manufacturing sectors, the competitions are very, very high. Every sectors, every manufacturing sectors, the corporate is compete each and everyone to minimize the cost. Compete without cost, we never do anything. There, your technology only speaking about the performances. Your automations, the automation vehicle, e-vehicles, right? Solar energy. There are n number of systems are there. There you can use even AI control. Machine learning is also there. AI, ML. So in automations, because today the country, today the world is growing very fastly, running very fastly. There, how to use these automations for your overall technology development, the product development, the manufacturing segments. Right? Even suppose, when you are using more technologies, more productions, the pollution is also there. Even you need today, particularly that wastage, the pollution wastage. E-wastage is more important. Electronics wastage. So you need to prepare a very excellent strategies to disposing the electronics wastage. Even when you are introducing automations, particularly here or whatever the e-vehicles, how to handle the batteries, how to dispose these batteries, how to handling the batteries, how to disposing the batteries. So e-wastage, even today the computers, electronics based wastage, how to dispose. It creates a lot of pollutions. How to minimize? So automation's only solutions for all these things. So the ultimate aim of every corporate is to improve their productivity. Not only improve the productivities, at the same time, the cost also more important. The human resource also more important. The customer satisfaction also more important. The customer satisfaction also more important. So how to satisfy your customers? You know that mobile phone. You know the mobile phone. How many brands which are there? You know, I think the last year in India, 1,200 brands which are introduced by the 180 mobile phone manufacturers. Mobile phone manufacturers. Right. So the mobile phone, the radiations impact of the mobile phone, which creates a lot of problem for the societies. How to minimize that radiations? How to minimize the radiations? How you are escaping our societies? How to escape our societies from the radiations? Today, the mobile phone, the technologies play a very, very vital role. Every individual life, every day when you wake up, almost all of you wake up only with your mobile phone. The mobile phone is our first wife. Actual wife is a second wife. Life partners. Mobile phone is my close life partner. But we are always carrying the mobile phone. How to use? I think without mobile, you never mobile. Even single step. So the automations were one of the most important part for your economical development. Generating more employment opportunities. Motivating your youngsters to be an entrepreneur. So the automations always speak about the performances. Then solar energy. Almost all of you are aware of power issues. Even US, what now they are developing, they are equipping more on solar energy. Almost developed countries, almost all of them, they are trying to find out the alternative solutions. Right, lignite corporations, because instead of the existing system, the traditional system, so we wanted to develop some solar energies. So almost all the developing countries, the developed countries, following the solar energy systems. Still, India is now startup almost all going on solar energy instead of the renewable energies. Power corporations. The solar energy is very important. So how to mobilize the solar energy? How to strengthen the technology? How to strengthen the technology for the solar energies? Power generations. Today, power is one of the most important power for the country economy. The power is one of the most important for the economy. Power for the country economy. So without power, we never empower. So we need to find out the alternative solutions. Developing such kind of technology for solar energy. We already installed, encouraged, the government also encouraged, the Indian government encouraged to installing solar even for small house, residential flats, individual flat, independent villa, independent home. But still, it to improve. Solar is very, very important technologies. So these are all the various, the emerging technology in the world. So without technologies, we never do anything. We are talking about, we are in the virtual realities, augmented realities. Right? So promote sustainable habits among the adults, virtual realities. Today, you see n number of, there are n number of countries using, even the world exposed the virtual realities. The Singapore pavilions, only the tree plantations, only the plantations, only plants are there. But who are the monitors? Only the robotics monitor, robo monitoring the plants. Everything's robotics management. Everything's robotics management. Even the cultivation itself, growing point, if there is any disease or some other issues or fertilizer issues or water issues or some other issues, everything's a robot automations. So the augmented reality is what I think there are n number of virtuals reality, virtual realities, augmented realities, virtual realities, augmented realities. It's developing. This is the most economical part. Every country is they use. Even I could not able to develop in such kind of technologies. I can borrow this technology from outsiders. I wanted to use this kind of technologies for our what do you call it? Industrial growth. So what I'm saying, the technology in the sense, no need to developing technologies. You may using others' technology for your country development, for your corporate development. What we are doing here, because in the globalization, we need to exchange of your goods, exchange of your ideas, exchange of your knowledge. So the virtual realities, augmented realities are always supporting for you. Right. Virtual realities, augmented realities, we have discussed. Quantum science. Nowadays, almost all we are talking about quantum of computing as potentials to harness nature in our campaigns to halt and then reverse climate change. I think nowadays the scientists are talking about quantum science. In future, the quantum science will occupy. It may replace n number of technologies. Quantum science. Also, another one important emerging technology areas. So there are n number of technologies. Even you can list out hundreds of technology for our country development, right from the data science, machine learning, robotics, artificial intelligence, augmented realities, virtual realities, right, automations, solar energies, digital technologies. I think there are n number of technologies. The technology is always growing. But the technology is growing. Once you are developing technologies, how to managing the technologies as a strategist, as a country leader, or as a corporate, the managing directors. Technology is one part, 50% part. At the same time, I think there are some countries they are equipped with technologies, but they don't know how to manage the technologies. The management is very, very important. If you are failure to managing technologies, your entire the plan will be collapsed. There you need to use your management skills, administrative skills. How to managing all these things? How to market of your technologies. That's what I'm seeing. The developed countries developing the technologies. At the same time, how to market their technologies. You see the China technological development is something different. But they are more focused only on the management aspect, marketing aspect, strategic aspect. So in this management concept, once you are developed, you must have some planning, even for technological development planning or project development planning, project management, technology management, technological progressive, or research and development. So whatever you do, the planning is more important. In the management, planning is always more important. That's why the virtual realities, so augmented realities will play a vital role. Even today, the quantum science, nowadays people talking about the quantum science, but still only the 20 to 30% only highly utilize that quantum science in the world market. Quantum science is still most of the countries is it use. Not at use. So as a leader of the country, or as a the CEO of the organization, how to use your management style. The planning is more important. Without planning, we never do anything. So the planning is one of the most important part. Even the organizers using such a planning capacity, your capabilities. Because of your capabilities and capacity and competencies, now you are successfully organizing such a wonderful conference for the communities. Don't think about I am pure technology man. Though you are a technology man, you must understanding about that values. You must understanding about the planning. You must understanding about the strategy. You must understanding about the strategies. So that planning is more important. The planning is more important. So it is one of the most important part in our business. Not only for the business, even for every individual, the planning is more important. The planning is more important. Then the policy. What is the policies here? I think my perception, policy is one of the most important key factor for any success. Any success. The ultimate aim of every country is to empower in terms of economy. There you can use the policy. Technology policy also more important. Investment policy also more important. The banking policy is more important. The fiscal policy is more important. Your education policy is more important. How to formulate policy? The policy formulation itself influence your, what you call here, your role, influence the roles. So the policy is one of the most important part. Every business success, every country success, which is purely began with the policy. Every business success, policy is more important. Every country success, you may analyze, you may do some of research, The policy is one of the most important part. The Singapore is one of the best example. The policy only their success. The policy in the sense, not only formulation of the policy is there, the high effectively implementation of the policy is more important. The effective implementation is only success. So in this aspect, economic policy is more important. Technology is part of the economic policy. The business is part of economic policies. The society is part of economical policies. The banking is part of economical policies. What is your GDP? What is the GDP? Gross domestic product. What is your visions? The GDP growth rate. Every developed countries, the gross domestic GDP is something different. So you need to plan. So the economic policies are very, very important. Every country, the success only because of the economic policy. Because if any problems in our economical policy, if any problems in banking policy, if any problems in investment policies, the entire business will be collapsed. The entire country will be collapsed. You may develop technology. You can equip technologies, but these policies will not be very clear. The policies will not be clarities. It might be very vague. You never succeed. That's what I'm saying. In Singapore, there is no technology. They are only developing, but they are only using others' technologies. Even a small cup of coffee, you know that Singapore, 1955. Just I would like to share one small story. Small stories. 1955, even Malaysia is not ready to accept it, adapt under the Malaysia. Singapore is separate. 1950s, n number of crimes, bribe, lot of issues. Only Mr. Lee, my respected Mr. Lee, he took a charge. In the matter of 50 years, the country is developing something different. So because of the policy, even for a small cup of coffee, still that Singaporean, if you are really preparing a coffee, so that countries depends with the 5 countries. The countries depends with the 5 countries. Why? Because cup and saucer importing from China, water importing from Malaysia, milk importing from Denmark, the sugar importing from Brazil, coffee importing from, what do you call it? Coffee importing from Brazil. Right. I think even for the preparation of the small cup of coffee, that government, that country, what depends with the 4 more countries. But in India and other countries, resources, milk available, sugar also available, cup and saucer available. But what is our economy? What is their economy? Where they are success? How they are success? Why they are success? Which is purely based on the economical system. The policies are very, very important. The policies are very, very important. Without policies, we never do anything, sir. Without policies, we never do anything. Even the fiscal policies. Even in the economical policies, it comes under the fiscal policies. Fiscal policies is more important. The fiscal, how to preparing a fiscal policies. Then the monetary policies, the currencies, currency issues management, and how to strengthen the currency values. Very much important. The monetary policy in the sense, what is your currency values? Today you see Russian, what you call the money values went down. All right, the dollar values somewhat increases. Right. The Indian rupees were constantly keep on their monetary things. Where in this case of Malaysia, 15 years back, 8 rupees. Now they are at least they are maintaining 16 to 70 rupees. 15 years back, that the Singaporean dollars only 24 rupees, 57 rupees. 57 rupees. So the monetary policies are very, very important. Monetary policy play a vital role. How to do the monetary policies? Then the supply side, the supply chain management, the distribution, supply chain management, distributions, because what do you call it? The logistics and supply chain management. Then the financial policies, right? Even the foreign direct investment, foreign institutional investment, right? What is the investment? I think for the past 6 months, the Indian capital market of the foreign investors withdrawing money from the Indian markets. Where they are investing, we don't know. Why they are investing, we need to find out the reasons. So there, the policy is more important. Without policies, we can't do anything. So the policies and governance always is supporting for the country development. If country is good, community also good. If community is good, society also good. The basic intention of the administrator, the basic intention of the policy maker, which is purely based on the social aspect, even the technology development. So how you are effectively utilize such technologies? That's very, very important, right? So this is called here, economical policies, then fiscal policies, then the monetary policies, very, very important. So monetary policies, then supply chains also, then fiscal, financial policies. You can tell about one more areas. Banking policies. The Singapore success because of the banking policies. Hong Kong success because of the banking policies. Now the United Arab Emirates, now they are going to implement the banking, financial, insurance. So the banking policy is very, very important. How to prepare the nationalized bank, even the scheduled bank, the private banks, so the non-banking finance banks, what is their investment policy, what is the bank repo rate, what is the interest rate, So everything should be clarity. The banking policy is more important. I think the non-performing assets, the schemes are more important. The banking policy in the sense, because today the government of Tamil Nadu were launching one web portal for the credit guarantee schemes for Tamil Nadu small and medium enterprises. Yesterday, our chief ministers inaugurated the website. The credit guarantee schemes, even our India, there are so many schemes which are there for small and medium enterprises. We always encouraging startup. So what is the role of the bank? The bank contributions, the bank role is more important for the development of small and medium enterprises. Even the self-help group also there. How to sustaining their self-help group economy. Self-help group also there. So everywhere the banking policies is more important. Not only the digital transactions always encouraging. Mobile payment also encouraging. There you need to use your policies. What are the clarities? How to use this banking sector for your country development. Their policy only supporting for you. Then the industrial policies, very, very important today. Right? I think the industry 4.0, 4.0, how you are developing your technology segments. There are n number of segments. You see here in India, the pharma sector's growth is very, very excellent. The pharma sector's growth very, very excellent. The growth was 140 times increased that pharma sectors compared to last 10 years. Pharma sectors. Now the agriculture sectors, we already what equipped in agriculture sectors. Now we are trying to introduce or implement some technology-based agriculture sectors. Technology and agriculture sectors. Even for what you call the artificial intelligence using for the supply chains management. Artificial intelligence using for that storage management. Artificial intelligence using for the storage management, storage of seeds, storage of what you call again agricultural crops, distribution of the goods, the time delays, the cost-wise aspect, quality-wise aspect. So what do you call it? The industrial policy is very, very important. So why the country is success, why country is failure, which is purely based on the industrial policy, economic policy, financial policy, banking policy. So that's why the policy is one of the most important part. It's one of the most important key factor for the country's success. For the country success. Industrial policies, you see, in the healthcare sector's policy is something different. What is their foreign direct investments? What do you call it? The retailing sectors? What is the foreign direct investment? What are the subsidies are there? Right. So the policy should be what should be supporting to the should be more favor to the industries. The guidelines are more important. Guidelines are more important. How to equip your small and medium enterprises? What are the guidelines for them? What are the new subsidies are there? Any financial schemes are there? Any credit guarantee schemes are there? Any marketing facilities are there? Or export facilities are there? Export facilities are there. So we need to develop such kind of policy. We need to develop such kind of policies, always more important, right? Then investment policies, investors. So investors always more important. Investors are always more important. What are the guidelines for them? From where you are investment, where you are procuring the investments, foreign institutional investment, foreign direct investment, foreign portfolio investment, or the domestic investments, how you are motivating the domestic investors, right? Everything is investment policy is more important. The government, even the public sector, now they are what do you call it? Now they prioritize. So investment policy is more important. Then the strategies, how to prepare all your policies, what the planning, your strategy is more important. What is the strategies? Management planning, policies. There are n number of policies, investment policies, what do you call here? Economical policy, banking policy, financial policy, physical policy, monetary policies. Various policies are there. Wherever you do the policies more important. Once you are preparing a policy, the strategic is one of the most powerful weapon to attain your objectives. Without strategies, we can't do anything. Even the country leader have to preparing very excellent strategies to enhancing performances, to generating more employment opportunities, to empower anything across the world, anything in the world. So strategy is one of the most important tool. Strategy is one of the most important tool. As the business manager, you can use the strategies more important. You can use the strategies more important. So whatever you do, there you can use your vision. You can use your mission, right? Or your competencies. You can assess your SWOT analysis. You can assess your SWOT analysis. Everything is more important. Everything is more important. Then you can use the environment. Instead of that, everything. So today we are talking about environment. Every country is facing problems. Every country is creating a lot of issues for the societies. Every individual also creating a lot of issues for the societies. So every individual responsibility is more important for your environmental aspect. Environmental aspects. You see the industrial wastage, e-wastage, pollutions, air pollutions, water pollutions. Because of the industrializations, the automations, we are creating a lot of pollutions or problems to the societies. At the same time, if you are creating problems, you try to sort out the problems. every individuals. If you against the society say how to safeguard the societies. So the every countries, even United Nations, what happening here in the Sustainable Development Goals, environment also there. So the United Nations always insisting to safeguard the country, safeguard the people. Environment management is always more important. Environment management is green energies, green revolutions, right? Even that organic products, India, what happened earlier, we used what you call the organic form. Today, again, we are back to the organic form. Due to that pollution, so many health issues aspect, you are using more pest fertilizers and other things. Now they are coming to the organic form. So environment is very, very important. Then, then resource management. How you are effectively, that's why you have technologies, you have human resource, everything is there. How you are effectively utilize your resources. Financial resource more important. Economical resource more important. The human resource more important. Technology resource more important. Wow. There are n number of resources in the world, n number of resources in the countries. But how to effectively utilize that resources for your business activities? How you are effectively utilize the resources for your country development, community development. The resource management is very, very important. So without the resource management, we never develop any technology in the world. I know the people say, even the Procter & Gamble or any other, what do you call here, Apple, whoever may be, the blue chip organizations in the world. How you are using that such kind of resources for your business resource management are very, very important, right? So effectively utilize your human resources. Human resources are very, very powerful part. Technology resources, how your allocation of the resources. The management of the resources in the sense what identify the availability of the resources, allocation of the resources, distribution of the resources, the managing the resources, controlling the resources. Controlling the resources are very, very important. So with this, right, we can conclude this topic today, the technologies and management. I think my perception, my aspects, we have, every human have two eyes, left and right. If anybody wanted to lose your left eye or right eye, which is not possible, even the country development or the societal development, we need the both how we are living successfully, how we are sustaining in the world with the two eyes visions, two eyes. So like this, technology is right, or technology may be left eye, right, or management is a right eye. I think technology and management is like our human eyes. Nobody ready to losing either left eye or right eye. So like this, nobody ready to losing technology is management. So the technology management is parallelly traveling. Don't think I'm a technologist, because of my technologies I can develop the countries. Don't think as a management professional, because of my managerial skills I can do anything. You can put together, for which you need to use the basic science for your technology development and managerial development, managerial skills in the competitive market. Unless otherwise, you never sustaining in the world market. You never sustaining in the world markets. So the technologies and management is one of the most important key factors for sustaining anything in the world, in the competitive market, in the VUCA world. With this, my grateful thank the organizers given a wonderful chance to sharing some of my small experience with rich peoples. Thank you very much. Thank you. If you have any queries, I am ready to answer it for you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for Dr. Kiran for filling our.
Yeah, you have performed a very wonderful speech for what you talk about technology and management, which is a very important role in our day-to-day activity in the world. I welcome you. I commend your efforts. Once again, thank you very much. You have done a wonderful job. Thank you.
Sir, can I ask a question, sir?
Yeah, any questions? Okay, no problem.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
yeah.
sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Sir, we have been talking about, respectfully speaking, my name is Dr. A.M. Hafiz. I'm from J&K, Srinagar, University of Kashmir. Sir, my question is, we have talked about the policy, right? The finance sector, like it greases the other, it affects the other components of other policies. The financial policy affects other policies. It's like a waterfall model, sir. What about the moral aspect? Shouldn't policies be based also on moral aspects? Because there's a moral side to it. For example, sir, respectfully speaking, we have money. Will money make people happy?
That's what I'm saying. Even in this strategies.
Yes, sir. If they're able to survive, yes, it will make them happy. But what about excess of money, sir? Please.
Yeah, I think you have 100%. I think rights. I think what you are asking, the ethical aspect, the ethical and governance are very, very important. Ethicals and governance, even if you do any what do you call here, anything in the world, the ethical is very important. Ethicals and governance. That I think everywhere that the systematic is more important. Sir. Systematic is there. No need to worry about it because everything is more important. So what I'm saying here, ethics is always more important. That's why when you are putting the policy, when you are framing the policies, you never deviating the policies. You never deviating the policies. There you can use your ethics. At the same time, every individual should be more conscious about your ethics. Every individual should be more focused on the ethics. The individual responsibilities, the moral responsibility, the social responsibilities are very, very important. Because fortunately, unfortunately, I skipped that social responsibilities and ethics. That also one of the important part in our management. Important part of every individuals. It's every individuals, even you and me, wherever, whoever may be as a teacher, as a ruler, as a economical developers, the ethics is more important. Especially the scientists do that ethics. Who are developing technologies, they must follow some ethical aspect. Today, what they are doing, two countries are fighting. So what they are doing, all of them are talking about that weapons, nuclear weapons. Is this the right time to talk about the nuclear weapons? No, I think hundreds of people dying there. Every day, hundreds of people dying there. The other countries' economy is going down. I am talking for both countries. We are the humanities. So how to stop, how to control, how to save them. Human aspects more important, economical aspects more important. Unless otherwise, we never sustain anything in the world. That you need to use the ethics. The individual is more important, sir. When you are started to thinking about the society, sir, don't think about you yourself. When you are started to thinking about the societies, when you started to thinking about the the country people, sir, then you may realize about your ethics. When you talk about your ego, when you think about the ego, when you are started to think about my egos, I think, am I first man or the second man? I'm a ruler of the countries, ruler of the world. Then ethics will not be there. Every individual should be realized about the problems, realized about the individual, realized about the societies, that ethics will stand. Otherwise, ethics will not be there. Even in the financial aspect, there are n number of issues in Indian banking system. N number of issues. Non-performing assets keep on increasing. Right? Those who are the money borrower, now they are escaping over the night, escaping to some other foreign countries. Right? So the banker is not a problem. The government is not a problem. Who are the borrower? The borrower should be more realized. I think he borrowed money, only the people monies, not his individual money, the bank money. So that's what I'm saying. There are a number of issues are there, sir. A number of issues are there. Okay. Ethical passports, very, very important. Ethical part is very, very important. Next, sir, please, sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, sir. Any more questions, sir? Any more questions? Any more questions, sir?
I think, sir, that's all. Thank you very much, sir. God bless you.
Thank you, sir.
Any question from the others participants? Okay, thank you so much for Dr. Cameron for filling our knowledge for excellent session. So next speaker, welcoming to Dr. Suman Majumder. Next, I would like to welcome the Dr. Suman Majumder, the head of the Research of Development Budget Customer Care, Mumbai, Maharashtra, India, to deliver his keynote speech. Dr. Suman Majumder is a senior research and management professional with more than 20 years of experience in the various industry. The sector including pharmaceuticals and polymer and FMCG, food, personal care and laundry and hygiene, packaging and agrochemical. He has honed to analysis function and contribution strategically to the overall business integration goal. Over the years, he has completed patentable innovation, apply for 18 patent and 6 industrial and 2 in the field for the different kind of product and technologies. He can led multiple team in a project with the experienced scientists in building new technology, work in a global scale with risk manufacturing counterpart across the globe. Other key areas is expertise including for linking innovation to business, internal and external stakeholder management, and managing large-scale operation. He contribute to overall performance and product portfolio by introducing groundbreaking formulation, innovation, patentable product and process. He has to integrate a team synergy between management function and resources and research and scientists. He prepare and present to report possible business and marketing strategies around innovation and achievement to assist senior leader informed decision making. He has been actively member the strategic leader team in many last few organizations, including Sigma Aldrich, Unilever, L'Oreal, and every business budget customer care. He held also the doctoral fellow with the late professor. Yeah. Yes, are you there? Okay. In also have a study under director for Professor Sima. Time is your Dr. Suman Majumder.
Yes. Thank you for the introduction.
Take some pictures when she's presenting.
Okay. Is my screen visible?
Yes.
And am I audible?
Yes. Yes, yes, sir. Yes, doctor. We can see your PowerPoint.
Okay. First of all, thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to present a little bit different topic. I would like to appreciate Dr. Maran's presentation. It's very comprehensive and actually touching upon all the important aspects of the society and also how the society can become more sustainable in future, taking care of all the policies and how to manage the technologies and things like that. My topic is a little different than what Dr. Maran has said about the technologies which we have built. This is more about, I would like to give you a flavor about what happens in technologies which are being built by nature. So we always think about technologies which we have built, but how nature is managing its technologies is something which is very amazing. And we, as scientists and technology people, should actually deep dive into, from time to time, into looking at how nature is managing the technologies in a big way. So if you look at my screen, this is what is a simple plant cell. And if you look inside, there are so many organelles, including the nucleus, the mitochondria, the thylakoid cells, where every moment there is something which is happening. And these are chemical reactions, and the chemical reactions are based on technologies which are happening through sunlight and other resources which nature has at its disposal. So the amazing thing, right? We never think about, we hardly think about what is happening in the nature, and a plethora of technologies which is there, and kind of ignore it, and so don't get the most benefit of what nature has in store as technology for them. My work is more around natural products. My PhD training is more around natural products, though I'm into a lot of specialty chemical industries and FMCG industries for the last 2 decades. But my passion and my was always for what is happening in nature. And that's the most curious thing, which I will take you through a journey of what is happening in nature, and that is my topic today. So, and then towards the end, also I will take you through through some slides where that dependence on the technology, like artificial intelligence, data science, and other things, are important for even unraveling the mystery of plant science. I will take you through that also, and how human scientists are today able to actually take advantage of the technology which is already present in nature, and kind of reorganize those technologies to develop a lot of green technologies. That also I will take you through. So my topic is unfolding the mystery of natural products. Natural product is are simple organic molecules, or a little bit complex, more organic biomolecules which are present in plants. And one of those is phytoalexins. So like humans, when we are getting challenged or infected by some pathogens, we generate our own immunity. Plant also generates immunity in its own way. Some of the small molecules which are being synthesized by plants are called phytoalexins, and we'll see how in lab we have also synthesized a couple of these phytoalexins, and how complex it is at the end of the day. So the flow of the presentation will be more on natural plant defense and phytoalexins, biomimetic synthesis and naturally occurring dimeric polyphenols, which are natural phytoalexins, how interdisciplinary science is transforming these technologies, and application of synthetic biology in natural products, library synthesis. So this is a plant cell, and we all know from our studies, whoever has done science at school level, they know that this we have gone through. A very simple structure with a nucleus in between, and mitochondria, which is the energy generating cell, part of the cell, and many other things are there. And this part of the plant is responsible for also building the immunity of the plant when it is getting infected, like us, by fungal infection or bacterial infection from outside. What promotes the synthesis of all these complex molecules, and simple and complex molecules, and how the whole thing is happening, is only in case of plants is via photosynthesis. So plant accepts light. There is a light reaction, and then there is a dark reaction, which is light independent reaction. And both these cycles actually are responsible back to back in generating sugar molecules, which are like the cellulose part of the plant. So if you look at a plant, you will see the stem, the leaf, and the plant body, which is basically made by the plant themselves by using this these cycles, the biological cycles. This is a natural plant cell. What is happening inside is more interesting. So whoever is from the chemistry background, they will appreciate that it's a very, very complex map, almost like a circuit, which you can see in electronics. And there are so many compounds which are getting synthesized in that in a simple plant cell, and the metabolites which are there after passing through all these complex reactions. Some of them are actually responsible for the plant defense when they are getting challenged by different pathogens from outside. Key important compounds, plant produce a lot of alkaloids, which are nitrogenous compounds, small compounds. Then there are phenolic compounds, which we'll discuss today in a larger extent. And then there are terpenes and other molecules, which are steroids, and cholesterol is one of the greatest example, which is present both in plant as well as in animal cells. We will go through a small animation, which will give us some more understanding about how the plant.
Okay, hold on. I get a problem with the connection.
Can you see my screen?
So anyone can.
Can you see my screen?
No, sir, the connection is fine, sir. It's perfectly visible, and sir is also, we can hear him, sir. There's no problem in the connection, sir. I think it's at your end, sir. Please check it.
Shall I go ahead?
Yes, please, sir. Please go ahead, sir.
Okay, so I have actually created an animation to explain the topic in a more elaborate way, because it's very important to understand how plant defense system works. So plant and pathogens have actually co-evolved such that the pathogens can recognize the plant through sugar and other molecules they produce. Plant in turn recognizes the pathogens from the molecules they produce. The ability to recognize the pathogens allows the plant to activate the defense system to prevent widespread infection. A plant recognizes the molecules pathogens produce directly or indirectly. So indirectly, it binds to the receptor on the plasma membrane. Some of the molecules actually break the polysaccharides and create small molecules, which again binds indirectly to the receptors. When these molecules bind to the plant receptors, there is a cascade of reaction which is happening. And this cascade of reaction actually promotes the production of second messengers. And these molecules migrate through the plant cell, and the cell responds by inducing certain genes. After the genes are expressed, the plant starts producing certain molecules, small molecules, which are called phytoalexins. They are phenolic compounds or terpenoid compounds, which within hours of the infection can kill certain pathogens. Some of the genes that are expressed after this cascading reaction are called pathogenesis-related proteins. These are small protein molecules. Some PR proteins kill bacteria and fungi by breaking their cell walls, and some move away through the channels on the cell wall, which are plasmodesmata, and serve as signals to the neighboring cells, which are not yet affected. Some molecules are also produced like polysaccharides. They actually go and sit in the cell wall, making the cell wall more strong, and some block the channels in order to stop viruses and other things to come out of the cell and affect the other cells. There is another phenomenon which happens, which is called hypersensitive response, and this actually is responsible for the cells which are affected to commit suicide and produce a necrotic cell. This necrotic cell actually triggers a systemic acquired resistance. It is almost like building an immunity in the plant, and it actually in the plant it is the resistance which is produced. One such mode is like producing salicylic molecule, salicylic acid molecule, which is like aspirin. It goes to the whole of the plant and it promotes again PR proteins and produce the PR proteins throughout the plant in order to give them more immunity against a variety of pathogens. So this is how basically the plant defense system works. And as you can see, it is a very, very complex system. Just like the human system, it is also having so many different biological pathways and a complex network. I will just touch upon a specific type of phytoalexin today. Here is an example how it happens in the plant cell. So here is an example of phenanthrene molecule. These are called phenanthrenes, where there are 3 benzene rings or a fused 3 benzene rings. A plant is getting affected by the fungus, and it triggers the formation of this particular molecule, which is hircinol, in a biologically cascaded mechanism inside the plant cell. And this happens within a few hours of the plant getting first challenged by the fungus. Similarly, there are many other pathways through which these type of molecules, the polyphenolic molecules, are being generated. So you can see these are biological precursors, the phenylalanine ammonia lyase type of compounds, which give cinnamic acid, and then a cascade of biological reactions happen in order to generate chalcone type of molecules or resveratrol. On the right hand side, I can show you a lot of these type of polyphenolic compounds, which are basically plant phytoalexins. The particularly dihydrophenanthrenes, these are formed by a particular enzyme, which is bibenzyl synthase in the plant, starting from this dihydromethyl coumaryl coenzyme A, and that's how these molecules come into play in certain plants. Here is another example where you can see a fungus, once it gets affected by this black fungus, when the peanut is getting affected by the black fungus, there are certain molecules which are again polyphenolic molecules getting generated to prevent the infection of the peanut. Our group has worked on certain type of phytoalexins which are present in Himalayan orchids. The orchids are necessarily, they grow at very high altitude, and they are also because of the cold temperature, they sometimes get affected by fungus and bacteria, because they are parasites which are found on tall plants in the higher Himalayan range. Now, what happens as soon as they get affected, they generate these type of molecules, and which act as phytoalexins to prevent them further from the infection. Bulbophyllum reptans is again another such orchid in which you can see both the monomer and the dimer present in the same plant, and the dimer is more effective as phytoalexin than the monomer, and we have actually tested that in the lab in vitro condition. This is something which is very curious, and you will be surprised to know that only 10% of the plant kingdom, as terrestrial plant kingdom, has so far been explored for new molecules, whether it's drug discovery, whether it's agriculture or any other aspect. Only 10% has so far been explored. There is a plethora of treasure which is still lying there in the plant kingdom, which can give us many molecules in future. And you will be even surprised to know that underwater there is more number of plants, and that has only 3% of that has been so far explored. So plants are particularly interesting because they have broadest spectrum of biosynthetic capability and produce wide variety of compounds. They use simple starting material like water, carbon dioxide, nitrogen, as you have seen in the photosynthetic pathway, phosphorus compounds and salts. And most of the plants where the chemistry has already been explored, isolated compounds and biosynthetic pathways are being established for them. There are reviews, you can see in Agwante Chemi, there are reviews only on polyphenols and their properties, biological activity and synthesis. That means the subject is huge, and that is only the production of only 10% of whatever has been explored so far. I have worked on these different type of orchids, as I have mentioned to you, and ferns, and they are beautiful orchids, but they are also getting affected by plant pathogens. And as soon as they get affected, they produce these molecules in order to protect themselves from the pathogens. Gymnoposin is the monomer and reptanthin is the dimer. Now, if reptanthin is the dimer, which is attached through the one position in both the monomers, how can you make, in plant, it is being done in a very efficient way because of the enzymes which are very selective to dimerization at these positions. But if you have to do it in the lab, how difficult it is, and that's part of the technology work which we have done earlier in the lab. These are different type of, again, polyphenols, which you can see, and a lot of studies have been already done, both for their bioefficacy as well as the synthesis in lab. We have taken, and this is again a very complex molecule. You can see vancomycin, but it also has a bibenzyl type of moiety. The bond with the red bond, which is designated as P, is actually the part of that bibenzyl moiety. So plant very efficiently makes this diaromatic compounds, bioaromatic compounds, but it is very difficult to do it in the lab. Another example is gossypol, which is found to be a male anti-fertility drug, and this is not by benzyl, but it's a binapthyl similar system. There are a lot of synthetic methods which were actually worked upon in last many decades, and many of the Japanese workers, they have they are successfully they have produced these bibenzyls and binaphthyls using very sophisticated catalysts, which are chiral catalysts. But the scale up of these things are very difficult and very expensive. So you cannot produce these molecules at a very large scale unless you have a very sustainable method, a sustainable green method to produce it. So we took this challenge, and we observed that the molecule has to be active with some groups, either it's a phenol or a methoxy group, and then the efficiency of the dimerization happens very easily. And so how can we achieve that? We actually explored a lot of earlier work which has been done, like potassium ferrocyanide, manganese dioxide. These are known oxidative coupling agents, but to our surprise, we saw that when we use potassium ferrocyanide, unlike nature where it makes the stereoisomer very easily, we get a heterogeneous gummy material, which means that this is not at all possible by using this type of highly strong oxidizing agents. So what is a solution for this? We have the objective of generating a regioselective biomimetic synthesis of naturally occurring dimeric phenanthrene derivatives. And so we chose very milder reagents like phosphomolybdic acid and copper chloride TMEDA complex. To some extent, we were successful, but when you look at the yield of these reactions were very low when you do it in a solution phase. So we thought, okay, why not, like in plants, they are not doing it in solution phase, they are using solid matrix. So why not we use solid matrix to do the same reaction? So what we did is very interesting. We actually absorbed the solution in a column, and we started doing it in a solid phase. So the compound was absorbed in silica gel, the phosphomolybdic acid was absorbed in silica gel, and we used fresh silica to give the body to the reaction. And when we kept it overnight, what happened, the whole silica column becomes blue, which means the oxidation has happened. And what is the reaction which happened here is the phenol gets dimerized, but at the same time, molybdenum is the oxidizing agent. So molybdenum gets oxidized from valency 5 to valency 6. And the mixture of valency 5 and valency 6 molybdenum is blue. So the blue color indicates that the reaction is over after the overnight reaction. And now you just open the column and elute the solution with petrol ether, and you get a very clean reaction product. So when you use PMA on silica gel surface, you get very clear reaction product, although not fully regioselective, but at a very high yield compared to the yield what we got in solution phase. So it's a very green method. You use very less solvent, and the reaction is clean, and such a complex reaction happens in a very efficient way. Now, when you use PMA on silica gel, you get both the isomers. Means you get one 1' isomer, at the same time a different isomer is also formed, because 8 position is also equally active. So how do you generate a very regioselective product? Although the selectivity is more than 80%, but you need some chiral chemistry to make it more regioselective. So we try to use copper chloride TMEDA, and we have seen that it is more selective than phosphomolybdic acid. Here, when you use naphthol, the 1,1- dimer is formed and more than 95% yield. This has been reported by a Japanese group way back in 1994. So we have also tried and replicated many of these reactions in the lab with a more complex structure, and we have found the products in good yield. Then we started exploring the reagent in a better way. And here you can see we have found good yield with this type of monomers, which is noodle, again from the orchidaceae plants, and we have successfully dimerized it at more than 70% yield. And on PMA, it gives more yield but less selectivity. Now there is a stereochemistry involved here, and regioselectivity is because of the plane of symmetry which is there present in the molecule. One ring is actually perpendicular to the other, and so there is some symmetry element, but the functional groups are different in both the rings. So sometimes you get a regioselective product when you use a catalyst which is chiral. So we have seen that earlier work where people have used a different type of chiral catalyst to get more stereoselectivity. And so we have tried these binyl compound as stereoisomers. And we have seen that when you use these type of catalyst, you get better yield for regioselectivity. Hence, we have tried instead of copper chloride TMADA, where you get plus minus dimer, we have tried to use S-proline, and we have got minus rigidanthrene, which is the dimer, at very high optical purity of more around 96% and a very high yield of 75%, which actually basically solved our issue. But the main challenge still remains: how can you synthesize nudol, which is again a very complex synthesis from the plant? In the plant, it is done very efficiently, like I have shown you earlier in the biosynthetic mechanism. But when you try to synthesize these molecules in the lab, it's a bit of a challenge. I will skip this part because this is a very curious chemistry and it will be too chemistry intensive. But my point is, if you have to manage this type of complex chemistries, you cannot do it alone. And that is what is emerging in the last few years. You need, like Dr. Maran has emphasized, you need a interdisciplinary team. It cannot be only like in case of business, it cannot be only finance, it cannot be only governance, it cannot be only the marketing or supply chain. It has to be a mixed team. And so is the case here, where you need people from physics, people from chemistry, maths, biological sciences to form a team in order to address grand challenges which the world is facing today. And that's how the whole science of interdisciplinary science is coming forward in order to solve these type of complex issues. You can see people have also found ways by which they can connect different aspects of engineering science, computer science, mathematics, environmental and geological sciences, basic life sciences, clinical medicine, chemistry, and there is an interface of all these sciences somewhere. And the best successful scientists will be those who will be able to use all these sciences in a very, very synergistic way. So interdisciplinarity is the key word of today, and that's applicable to mainly these sciences. And there is a lot of research happening around how to map the interdisciplinary sciences. Which are the sciences which are connected very closely? Which are the sciences which are remotely connected? And still there is some benefit of each science towards other. You can see how difficult it is to synthesize and market these molecules. These are the key drug molecules which are being launched by Pfizer, Johnson & Johnson, GSK, Merck, and other big pharma companies like Lilly, Abbott, and others. And some are very small molecules, but some are very complex biomolecules, like the antibodies and other things. And this thing was becoming very popular in the COVID-affected time, because people are getting to know more about antibodies, biosimilars, and things like that. So even if you have to develop a small drug molecule, this is the complex workflow which is there, and you have to address each and every aspect of drug design and drug development, and then drug regulatory, in order to ensure that you are putting in the market a safe and regulated drug for a particular community. And it involves a lot of toxicology studies, preclinical studies, and after the drug goes into the phase 1, after that the drug goes into the phase 1, phase 2, and phase 3 clinical trial. So that type of complex thing cannot be done by even subject matter experts form a team. It has to require a lot of data mining, data intelligence, like Dr. Maran has said. Data is very important, and how you can use data through artificial intelligence, how you can do the data mining, get to the crux of the what is happening is very important. And so artificial intelligence is becoming very important and revolutionizing the pharmaceutical industry. You can screen a lot of data, you can scan a lot of data, deep dive into a lot of data, synthesize something out of those data, all done by computers, big way. And so the time which was required earlier, almost 10 to 15 years to develop a drug molecule, has now got reduced to around 8 years, which is a significant progress in the pharmaceutical industry. How artificial intelligence is actually impacting the pharma development. So you can see it's almost like a chip which is implanted in a brain, and hence all the activities like drug screening, drug design, drug repurposing, polypharmacology, drug synergy, antagonistic, clinical applications like radiology, oncology, cardiology, everything which are related is connected to each other, and artificial intelligence is helping big way to solve these complex algorithms. Personalized medicine, again becoming very important. The phenotype of a particular person, as you know, in Ayurveda, people say there are 3 different type of people: Vata, Kapha, Pitta. That means they have different phenotypes. Now, how these phenotypes are connected to their gene is what people are doing today, and scientists are doing today, and they're trying to connect the phenotype with the genotype of the particular patient. And sooner or later, some technologies will come where there will be a single prescription for a particular patient, and that will revolutionize it in a big way, because nowadays it's more generic medicine. So once you're taking the medicine, you never know, your system may not accept the medicine and you're having more side effects than the cure. But in personalized medicine, they will ensure that you are not affected by the side effects that much, and you get better efficacy. So like Dr. Maran has said, because of the need and the demand of AI in pharma, you can see in 2021 itself, 1745 startups have come up during the COVID period, who are only into data mining and data synthesis for in pharma domain. And 15% of this market is actually big data and analytics, which is quite amazing. And this is going to bring an orbit shift in drug development in near future. Another important aspect which Dr. Maran has also mentioned is augmented reality, and it is revolutionizing pharmaceutical industry because you can actually be present in close to the patient, but you may be working from 2,000 or 3,000 miles away, and you are remote, but your patient will feel, and you will also feel the patient is in your near vicinity, and that will revolutionize the science of clinical research. So how augmented reality is helping the pharmaceutical and the drug area. Patient and student education is one of the areas. Drug discovery, doing remote management of research program is another area. Product demonstration. So once the product is particularly in machine learning systems, where you have a device which requires some demo, the patient can actually feel that he or she is using the device using augmented reality. Pre-production research, again, when it goes to CGMP production, people can control every addition, everything remotely. So there is no human intervention directly, and so you can actually maintain a very clinically safe environment. Now, you can see small molecule discovery. Like I told you, we were doing small molecule dimerization. It's only 20, maximum maybe 21 atoms in the molecule. When it comes to biological molecules, which are huge, which has more than 20,000 atoms, how will you manage the complexity? And that cannot be managed it's humanly impossible to manage those complexities. So you need to depend on these type of artificial intelligence or augmented methods. The complexity is significantly increased, many folds, exponentially increased, I would say, with this biological complexity. Again, just to show what is the comparison between a small molecule like aspirin, which has 21 atoms, and antibody, which has more than 27,000 atoms. Just to show an example, a bike is a simple example. Bike to a car, which is like a large molecule drug, to a business jet, when it comes to the technology development, it becomes so many times more complex. This is a simple lab where you can synthesize small molecules, but in synthetic biology lab, where you are actually synthesizing antibodies, it's very, very complex and full of computers, as you can see in one of the examples shown here on the right hand side. And what is happening? So if I have to synthesize those molecules which I have shown earlier, the dimers and the monomers and other things, actually it can be done by bio catalysts, and those biocatalysts are like bacteria and other will come from bacteria and other things which are present in the particular plant. And hence, with the new inventions of CRISPR and other things, you can actually modify the gene clusters, and so you can actually diversify, come out with a diverse range of structure, and can synthesize them very easily in the bioculture and use them for screening for product efficacy. And this will reduce the time significantly, and hence we are envisaging a very, very prosperous future for human beings. And like Dr. Maran has said, for the ethics part, this should not be used. These type of technologies, which will actually revolutionize the speed and the quality of research in biotechnology, should not be used against the community. And so there has to be a strict regulation and strict vigilance on not using these for against the human community as biological warfare. I'd like to thank the organizers again. Hope this talk gives you a little flavor of the complex technologies which are happening in nature, and how with the unique and advanced technologies like AI and other things, synthetic biology, we are addressing those. Like to thank my family, my father, late Professor P.L. Majumdar, who also was a natural product chemist. My mother was also a natural product chemist, Dr. Rekha Majumdar, and my professors and mentors for their support all through my career. Thank you.
Hello.
Any questions?
Okay. It's not working.
I can hear you.
Is anyone to ask?
Can anybody respond? If
Hello,
you can hear
anyone
us?
to ask?
Hello?
So we can hear you. And
Hello, test. Hello.
hello, sir.
Okay, so is there any question for me, or you can also drop me message if you want to learn more about these topics. Thank you so much for your patient hearing, and thanks the organizers for giving me this opportunity to present. Thank you.
Yes, thank you so much, Dr. Suman Majunder. Okay. So we will come to technical section. They're waiting for the session record for our conference. The session is set to begin. I would like to welcome to all the participants to technical section 1. I would like to welcome to our section chair, the HO Day1 Award Experiment Distinguished Professor Emeritus Benito Amaru, the first counselor, Crown University in USA, a principal partner considered campus on the government-regulated university worldwide on online operation. The second, Professor Gabriel Kandamba, Secretary General Zimbabwe Academic Science. For the next session, we have invited one presenter 8 minutes. Then we have Q&A question 2 minutes if any question, but we can skip the Q&A question for the next presenter. For the first presenter, I would like to invite Dr. Ajit Jamsudin, presenter paper titled as Face Mask Detection Using Convolution Neural Network CNN with the Mobile Net-P2 Architecture. Are you here? Dr. Ajit?
Sir, instead of Ajit sir, I'm going to present the co-author.
Okay. Your name, please?
Madhurya.
Okay. Tom, is your Madhurya?
Okay, sir. I'll be giving an oral presentation instead of a PPT. So, good morning to everyone. The title of my sorry, am I audible?
Yes, you're audible.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, sir. The title of my presentation is Face Mask Detection Using Convolution Neural Networks with Mobile V2 Architecture. So before going to present that, why do we need face mask? So in earlier days, face mask is generally used, it was not used generally because it will be used by doctors or during operations or in order to prevent from infections. And to avoid pollution, we generally use face masks and many more. So, but in present days, the face mask plays a vital role in daily life, and it became mandatory for everyone to wear the face mask everywhere. So because of this, we have seen globally that a pandemic disease called COVID-19 has been spread throughout the world. So this coronavirus disease is flared up at the end of 2019, which is continuing still today. So according to World Health Organization and the International Committee on Taxonomy of Viruses has declared in February 2020 that the coronavirus has become a pandemic disease. And the WHO stated that the best way to protect ourselves is to avoid exposure to the virus, and also advised to use proper face mask, that is covering mouth and nose with a mask in public areas and in public areas. So implementing the no mask, no service method has been recommended by all the governments throughout the countries. Even then, the goal has been abstracted by wearing a face mask improperly, which led to the rapid spread of the virus. So in order to identify, or due to, advancement in the field of science and technology, we are achieving a lot of achievements in day-to-day life. Similarly, in order to identify this face mask, whether the person is wearing properly or not, through this, the image processing will help to achieve a breakthrough for the growth. So deep learning is, particularly convolutional neural networks, is one of such advancement to show the success in image classification. So in this study, we have used image classifier deep learning techniques in order to identify masked and unmasked faces, and we have achieved a good accuracy. So different works has been made on this face mask detection. So one of authors specified and observed that recognizing the face of a human is easy when compared with the computer, because the human body is rigid, which means the human body can change from time to time. The most important problem with face detection is identifying or recognizing the face. For automatic face mask detection, the prerequisite is face detection. Similarly, another one proposed a similar approach or a basic approach for face mask detection. Along with that, it also identifies the person whether he is covered with a face mask or with no mask. Similarly, another system has been developed which measures the physical gap between the person to person and identifies the masked and unmasked faces. So in our proposed methodology, we have collected data set. We did pre-processing, we did data augmentation, we have used activation function, and we have then fine-tuned them, and then we have used max pooling and flattening, then classification, and then full connected layer. So let's discuss about one by one. So in our proposed methodology, as a first step, we have collected the data set. For training and testing the model, we have collected the data sets from Kaggle and other repository. So totally we have collected 2000 images in which it has been classified into, the images has been classified into two classes, one with the face mask and other with the without face mask. And all these are formatted in JPEG format. And then the second step is data pre-processing. So in the data pre-processing, the images should be, what we should do in data pre-processing, it should be formatted before a model training and inference. For model input, to decrease the model training time and increase model inference speed, it is necessary that we need to pre-process the data. And as a third step, we have used data augmentation. So it is a technique where we apply various transformations to the image, and so that the model can be built and will not take any image twice, which helps to prevent overfitting of the model and will eventually help the model to generalize better. And as a fourth step, activation function. Here we have used two activation functions. One is ReLU activation function, and the second one is the softmax activation function. So before going to discuss about this, let's see what is activation function. Generally, we'll call activation function also as a transfer function, which suppresses the irrelevant data points and helps to use meaningful piece of information. That is, what it does is it detects the major part of the image, that is the face mask, and it collects the meaningful information from that image, and that is, it will only collect the face and the face mask, and remaining all the data, it will be considered it as an irrelevant data. So deriving output from a group of input data is fed to the node is the main task of an activation function. So as earlier I have specified that we are using two activation functions. In the first one is ReLU function. So the ReLU is the rectified linear unit is an activation function, which is a linear activation function, which does not stimulate all the neurons simultaneously and will be deactivated if the linear transform output is less than 0. And this ReLU function is used at the input layer, whereas the softmax function will be used at the output layer. So the softmax function is also is a normalized exponential function. In order to normalize the network output to a probability distributed over predicted output classes, we use softmax function. And the next one is fine tuning. So fine tuning is the process where the parameters of a model should be adjusted in such a way that they should fit certain observations. It is a final method of training, and in the CNN, a feature extraction is used in the first layer, the last few layers dedicated to learning. And the next step is max pooling and flattening. So here, the max pooling is used that calculates the maximum value of each pattern of a feature map. Later on, the results are downsampled in order to highlight the most present feature in the pattern. And flattening is used to reduce the file size by merging the output of all the convolution layers in the background layer to create a single long feature vector. And then classification. So this classification is done by the training model. So which classifies and recognizes the trained images based on the visual patterns which are available from the live video streams. And here in this process, we have used 80% of data set for training and 10% of testing and 10% for validation. And the next one is fully connected layer. So in the fully connected layer will format the last few layers in the network and forms a feed-forward neural network. And then we are going, that is about the proposed methodology. And then implementation. So the implementation is carried out in 3 steps. One is model building, other one is model training, and the last one is detection. So before going to that, for classification, we need to mainly concentration on 2 steps. One is for training model and another one is testing model. So what happens in training model is we'll utilize 2 data sets. One is having with mask, with masked faces, and other one is without mask faces. Trained model will just combine these 2 models, these 2 data sets in order to identify or in order to carry out the process. And the next one is testing model. In order to detect the accuracy of the model, in order to detect the accuracy of the images, we need to test this model. So in the first step of model building, for visual images, for visualizing the images, CNN is used as it includes deep neural networks. So as we all know, CNN has multiple neurons and each contains a bias. So here also we apply bias, and these bias are passed to the activation function for generating output. And then the convolution, pooling, flattening, and fully connected layers are the major parts of this model building. And the next one is model training. So here, in order to train the model, the first step is it should be initialized sequentially, and convolution 2D layer is added with 3 parameters. The first parameter is number of features. And the next step is image shape with color channel, and the last one is activation function. Later on, the max pool and flattening is applied on the data in order to extract the features, and then we need to add a hidden layer with 2 major parameters. One is dimension and the other one is activation function. So as earlier said, here we use relay function at the initial stage, add and softmax at the output layer stage. And the last step is detection. So in order to improve the CNN classification and segmentation abilities, we have used optimizer. And in order to increase the state of art performance, we have used the MobileNet V2 architecture. And it is a and here the mobile V2 architecture that it will be performs well on mobile devices, and it is based on inverted residual structure where the residual connections are between the bottleneck layers. And the face detection model is used to extract people faces from videos and will feed the images into this mobile V2 model for face mask classification during the training. So as a result, after training the CNN model, we have obtained an acceptable validation accuracy, and through several experiments, we have recorded an accuracy of 98.2%. As a conclusion, I want to specify that this study mainly targets on detecting the faces with mask and with no mask in the live video streams. And we have obtained a validated accuracy of 98.2% by testing the model. So this proposed model can be used to integrate with organizations and assist them and carry out their work well, in order to carry out their work well. So as a future work, there is a need to improve the accuracy of model by introducing a new different neural network called generative adversarial network, which we simply call as GANs, through which we can generate new pictures with the existing data sets. So instead of augmentation for we can apply this model, because here GAN model can be trained with two data sets. One is called generator and another one is called discriminator. So what the generator does is the generator generates a probable images, and the discriminator will differentiate the generated images from the real images. So as a conclusion, I want to specify that this application we can use on any we can go with any organizations and can be applicable, because this as the COVID has been not yet suppressed, we need to wear the face mask for our safety and for others' safety. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Okay, thank you for the good presentation. Any question from the other presentation? Let's see, we took take a look in a checkbook. Okay, any question from? If not, we continue for the next presenter. I invite to Mujira Sunday Abdulmusi, PhD, for presenting paper title as a social media use and knowledge sharing practice among undergraduates in Federal University of NEPC. Okay, Mujia, you are here. For the next presenter, I invite Mujiwa Sunday Ajimute, PhD, for presenting paper as a social media use and the knowledge sharing and practices among undergraduates in Federal University OU ACT. Mujia? If not, we continue for the next. I invite Sonal Gulati for presenting the paper title Impact the Social Media Technique on the Growth Startup in India during COVID-19. Mr. Sonal, are you here? Mr. Sonal, you can reply my Okay, for the next presenter, I invite to Prerna Tiwari for presenter paper title Relationship between the employer for the locus of the control among teacher, you and the perspective. Time is to Prerna Tiwari. Hello. Okay, we invite the other presenter, Junate Koresta Samanto, to present the paper titled Analysis Maintenance System in Applied by Wärtsilä Group in 2 central diesel power plants in Timor-Leste. Okay, Duarte de Costa, I guess you are here with me. Ira, please time yours.
Yeah, sure, please.
Yes, sir.
Right. Thank you. Right. Thank you very much for that. I think we can proceed with the presentation. Maybe our next speaker can be able to present that. Thank you.
Sir, are you in mood, sir?
Well, excuse me, Mr. Moderator, if the presenter, is not presenting, so can you please unmute audio? Yes. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. I think we need to be proceeding with the presentation. I understand now we are supposed to get the next presenter, and I'm not quite sure whether the one who is now available now is Mood Omar.
Okay, I'm here.
Hello, sir. Am I audible? This is Manigandan Conference Connector.
Okay.
Now I am calling. I would like to welcome Dr. Muiwa Sunda Ajmi, PhD, to present his manuscript titled as Social Media Use and Knowledge Sharing Practices Among Undergraduates in Federal University, Oyukia. Dr. Muiwa Sunda Ajmi, you can present your paper now.
I invite you, Muya Sunday Ajimesi PhD, for presenting people by social media use for announcement sharing and practice among an undergraduate in Federal University or ICASETEM. Mr. Muya Sunday, are you here? Muya Sunday PhD, it's time for you presenting the paper time titled as a social media use and knowledge sharing and practice among undergraduates in Federal University or ICASETEM. I invite Muya Chande, PhD, for presenting a paper titled as a social media use and knowledge sharing practice among undergraduates in Federal University or ICASETEM. Time is yours. Okay, I invite the other presenter. I invite Sonal Gulati for presenting the paper titled Impact of Social Media Technique and Growth Startup in India during COVID-19.
Thank you so much, sir.
Yeah.
I am
You're welcome.
The co-author of the paper.
Okay.
And I'm not sharing the screen, but I will be speaking. So let me just start. First of all, let me thank you for giving us the opportunity to be on this platform. The topic of our research paper is the impact of social media platforms and the growth of startups in India. Now, the basic objective of our research paper is to find out the impact of social media techniques on startups, to analyze which social media technique is better for startups, and to examine the impact of social media on target audience. We all know that social media, everybody is almost on social media somehow, on some platform or the other. So social media has become a major tool for integrated marketing communication when you want to convey to the target audience about your product. So hence we chose this topic. We did a survey on 50 startups. We took a sample size of 50 startups, and we found out that 84% people think social media strategy is beneficial in allowing customers to learn more about the company. 87% of people feel that social media helps assisting the company in educating consumers about its products or services. 78% people feel that social media provides a platform to have a conversation regarding products or services. For example, we have chatbots these days. 87% people in our survey feel that social media can spread a conversation to a wide number of people in a brief period. Our survey also noticed that Instagram is one of the major platforms which is preferred by the companies. 70% people feel that social media has helped them in increasing the awareness about the company. 86% people feel that yes, business will achieve better results when it comes to customer loyalty and profit if social media is integrated into marketing. And approximately 35% people gave a rating of 5 on 5 for the impact of integrating social media techniques into your business. Now, of course, as all researchers have limitations, ours also had. Number one, because there are a large number of startup companies and it is not able to cover every industry in this study. Number two, generalizations across industries, firms, and places are challenging due to the limitations of the acquired data. And also, we cannot compare the research practices of the firm. I mean, we cannot compare between the research practices of the firm, that is the startups, that is known for using social media marketing successfully, and a company which is not. So in the nutshell, we have evaluated the importance, how the other traditional method of communication are being replaced. They have not come into, they're not getting out of it, but there are many more conventional methods have come, and it is making much more benefits to the startups who are not able to spend that much on the other print media or the broadcast media. So for them, it is an easier option as well. Thank you so much.
Thank you for representative. Any questions from the other participant?
Yeah, just a second.
Any questions from the other participant? Okay, thank you so much, Shonal and Kulachi and groups for the presenting good, fabulous presentations. Okay, we continue with next presenter. I invite to Prerna Tiwari, present the paper that tells us relationship between gainful employment and locus and control among teacher of you and the president. Are you here? I invite again Prerna Tiwari. I invite Prerna Tiwari to present a paper titled as Relationship Between Again Employee and Locus and Control Among Teachers, where view and perspective. And for the next, I invite Duarte Coresta Samranto for presenting the paper as Analysis Maintenance System and Applied by Waristel Group into Central Diesel Power Plant in Timor-Leste. We try to connect again from our friend from Timor-Leste. Are you here in Timor-Leste? For the next presenter, I invite to Dr. Abdul Muhammad Hafiz for presenting paper a image recognition using multiple with parallel mapping different effects.
Yes,
Dr. is Hafiz.
Yes, that's me. I would welcome you. Good noon to everyone. Can you hear me? Am I audible properly?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah,
I can hear you. Yes.
Okay. I am here in Srinagar, J&K, India, and the time is 12:30. It's noon. It has been half an hour since noon. I will come to my presentation, and let's not waste the precious time of other participants. Let me share the screen, sir. Just a minute. Sir, can you see the screen? Can you see the presentation?
Yeah, yes, it's very clear. Thank you. You can proceed.
Okay, am I audible, sir? One last time. Am I audible? Is it okay?
Yes, you are clearly audible. Can you hear you, sir?
Okay, thank you. So the title of the paper is around image recognition. Now, it's one of the it's a core paper, though it has an incremental research aspect to it. I'm not introducing a new technology, rather I am modifying a technology to improve the state of the art, hopefully. Though the state of the art rises very rapidly, and we have left and right people claiming that state of art has been improved, but I've tried to do my justice. I've tried to do my bit. I was the chief programmer. I was rather the sole programmer of this paper. So my paper is about image recognition using multiple vision transformers in parallel. We are talking about image recognition, recognizing images, like you have the data sets like the ImageNet, you have Pascal, you have POC, you have Microsoft Coco, and other data sets are there. We use these data sets, and the ultimate aim is to match the capability of humans, even surpass them. Sometimes the technology surpass the capability of what you call as the humans. And let me get on. So this is my intro. Let's leave that. So let's go to this website. I would like to not leave you with a wonder that what are we talking about. This is just one page of theory. There is no more theory in the presentation, just there are bullets, but I would like to go through this because this is the crux of the whole thing. Now you see, let's talk about self-attention, attention-based mechanisms. Now, you see, we have heard that buzzword of deep learning. We had a madam, she was talking about CNN. Very good. बाद में presentation है. आप जाओ ना, आप बाहर जाओ. You leave. आप जाओ 5 मिनट 10 मिनट बाद आओ. Just leave. आप जाओ ना, आप जाओ. आप जाओ ऑफिस में जाओ. I'm sorry about that. I'm in my office and I happen to be the coordinator, so it's a responsibility. I'm really sorry about that. So self-attention. See, we are all familiar with deep learning. We are familiar with CNNs to some extent. Most of us who are in the AI field, attention-based mechanisms is a rather a new phenomenon, and it has been used in transformers. Now, why is the name transformers? I cannot delve on that. I myself have not gone into this. Why is the name transformer? But transformers can broadly be thought of as they transform one technology into another. They transform one set of data into another set of data. Like you have a transformer, this common notion is there. What is self-attention? You have like a data here. We have some data here. and you want to have selective processing of the data. So you want to focus on the important content in the data. You don't want to focus on the not relevant. There is some audio coming from some person. Could you please mute it? Sir, co-host, sir, could you mute this audio, please? Yes, thank you. So you want to focus on, you want to focus on the data, like it is a data here. You want to focus on the chief regions, the important regions in the data. And this is very similar to the human process. For example, when I'm looking at a scene, I'm looking at a photograph, I'll not focus on the periphery, I'll not focus on the room, I'll focus on the face. And there is a selective mechanism which pays attention to part of the image. I want to recognize a face. I have a picture. There is my mother, and I want to recognize her face in the picture. Oh, my mother is like this. She's alive by grace of God. I want to recognize her face. Who is this? Her name is Amina. So I recognize selectively, partially, rather I focus on a certain portion. This is attention. So broadly speaking, I'm not going into the integrities. Okay. So attention is selecting selecting and focusing on portion of the data which is most useful. There may be data which is redundant or data that's not gets useful. The best thing about attention is that you don't waste time. You don't waste time about non-relevant data. So you have optimization. The downfall is that you might lose some content of the data, but slowly attention-based mechanisms like transformers, ML stands for machine learning. For those of you who don't know, all of you know, I trust that. So attention, plus point of attention is that it is evolving, it is becoming, it is rather evolving as a parallel technology to deep learning. There are of course hybrid mechanisms which involve attention and deep learning. I have a survey paper on that. It's under process, and there are mechanisms which are fusing attention and deep learning. So attention is evolving as quite a good technology, though it is still in the infancy. So let me just, okay. Now this is sort of a attention diagram. I would like to draw your attention to certain, attention. See, you see here what's happening? Like this is like the data. If I coarsely said this is the data. And this is a dot product, which is basically you multiply the image, the pixel. I'll be very simple. It's not like that. You multiply a vector. So everything is in a form of vector. The data is in the form of vector. I take certain components of the vector and I multiply them by weights. And I extract the information. So first I have to learn what are those in a certain set of images or in a certain thinking manner or in a certain framework. I first learn, I first train the transformer, the transformer, the attention mechanism device on portions of the data. Which portions of the data seem to be useful? So there's the dot product going in, and then you concatenate the various data frames. So you see there are frames here. So you have parallelization in the, what you call it, the now noise. Now see, we were talking about transformers. The conventional approach is that you have transformer, a single transformer. You apply an image to it, like you apply an image to it. You apply an image to it here, and it gives the output, and this is fed to a classifier. This is fed to a classifier, and you get the class of the image. Is it a dog? Is it a cat? Is it a person? Is it a woman? Is it a lady? Is it a gentleman? Is it a kid? Or whatever, an apple, a cup, or a jacket, whatever it is. Now, what I have basically done is I take the image. See this image here, okay, certain image, and I make three streams. I use three transformers. We have used three maximum. A transformer is a very heavy entity. To train it, it takes hours and days. Transformers are very data hungry, even more than deep learning CNNs. Transformers need enormous amounts of data to train them. I have not used in training. I have used in fine training. So I use pre-trained models. So I avoided the extensive training. So you have three transformers. Okay, the basic idea. My research has been, there's a lot of research in my area. I have my certain research on ensembles using classifiers in parallel, because my fascination was with the brain. You know, in the brain there are some 100 billions of neurons, and there are parallel networks, parallel paths through which the data is processed, and there is fusion. Hopefully, that's what I have gathered so far, humbly. And the parallel paths fuse and they give a decision, or they give information, or they analyze something. See, in your body, you have the digestive system, you have the nervous system, you have the muscular system, musculoskeletal system, you have the reproductive system, you have the brain, you have the cognition, you have, these are all working in parallel, right? You are eating an apple and you are writing on the paper, and the apple is being digested, and you're thinking about your home, or you're thinking about spouse, sorry, you're thinking about your spouse, you're also looking at a box of a tissue paper, which is in the brain. So it's a parallel. This is the one of the brain, and with the exhaustion of number of processors, the density of processors is increasing, in the density of transistors is increasing in the processor, and because of that you cannot further increase the density. It is the Moore's law has been accomplished. So we are going for parallel. Now we have multi-core processors. We have i3, i5, i7, i9 processors. We have processors with thousands of cores, with hundreds of cores, and we are going for parallel processing. So this is the idea. I have done some research in parallel processing. I've used ensembles as different pronunciation in different regions respectively. There are three transformers. I take the image, and each transformer the image has to be broken into sub images, and this data is processed sequentially. So the patch size P1 by P1 means there are P1 rows, P1 columns, which the image is broken down. Then it is coded into a vector, passed through the transformer, and the decision is made. I've used three patch sizes in parallel. P1 into P1, I'll explain what is a P2 into P2 and P3 into P3. So three patch, I have used three streams of transformers, 1, 1, 2, and 3. I use three transformers, and each transformer is operating on a different distribution of the same image. And the transformer output are fused, they're averaged, the three outputs are averaged, and then you have a final vector, you pass it through an argmax. This is SF. It is an array of values. Like if you have ImageNet, there are 1000, there used to be in the previous ImageNet, 1000 classes: apple, dog, car, tractor, bus, boy, dog, whatever. And these are like these 1000 classes where like they had their own bins in a vector. The bin with the maximum value was chosen as what? As the class of which the transformer has voted on. The transformer has decided, no, this is the dog. So if this class, this component is of a dog or of an apple, then this will have maximum value, the others will have lesser value. That's argmax. And then you have the predictive class. I will not take much time. I understand we are all waiting. These are the details of the VIT, visual transformers. VIT stands for visual transformers on lines of the citation, lines of the paper one. And I have used the GitHub programming, which they have done, and I advanced it. I also worked on other collab models, Google Colab model. It's an online platform. Then these are the hyperparameters. The datasets on which they were trained was GFT 300M. I have not pre-trained, I use the fine tuning. So you have like 300 million images. For ImageNet, you have 21K images. You have, no, not 21K, 21,000 classes. And for the ImageNet, you have 1,000 classes. So these are the hyperparameters. These are again the hyperparameters at base learning rate steps we have used for various data sets. We have used ImageNet, C410, C400, Oxford, IIIT pairs, Oxford flowers. Then you have the comparison of the performance. See, I want to emphasize here, this is just one VIT. It's of the paper 15. Okay, the paper 15. Sorry, it's not paper 15, it's paper 1. I'm sorry about that. This is just an error which is correct. It is reference 1, should have been 1 here. This is as per the paper. I had copied it from the paper. Now these are our ensembles or ensembles. I have used an ensemble with 2 impact sizes, 40, 80, 16, and 80. So I'm breaking the image into 16 by 16 patches, into 16 by 16, 16 by 8, 16 by 16, 16 by 16 patches, And I have used another 2 VITs with 16 and 18 patch size. Here 14 and 16 and 14 and 18. So I've used 2 VITs in each of these, and I've used 3 VITs here with 3 patch sizes, 14, 16, 18. And these are the results you can see for these 3 data sets. This what you call it? This ablation study, I would say. This is ablation study, ablation table. So for 3 data sets, these 3 data sets, we have obtained good results which outperform the others. I will move on. And this is the final outcome. I understand I have taken a lot of time. I apologize, but I was eager to talk. It looks like a good atmosphere here. I'm very thankful. And for the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 data sets, barring ImageNet, which is a previous data set, it's like it goes back to 2009, where Alex Kriskov and Jeff Hinton came up with CNNs and convolutional neural networks, though it was by Likan the convolution networks was to a paper in 98 by Likan. He was a chief scientist at Facebook. I think he has been replaced now, so he can continue his research somewhere else. So you can see our 3-pronged approach, our 3 parallel patch size VIT. It has come out clean on these 5 data sets, but on ImageNet, this other paper one is dominant, and there are other transformers also. So conclusion is that vision transformers has been tested. We propose using multiple VITs, vision transformers in parallel, and we show that the scheme leads to state of the art on some popular databases. Larger in future, we would like to use larger VIT architectures. Using a smaller architecture is easy. Using a bigger is bigger. It needs more data. We would like to use more than 3 VITs. Hopefully, this is the future work. And we would also like to use. Also like to see the use of, or if God helps us. Hopefully, we would like to see a VIT, single VIT having a parallel distribution scheme. These are, if anyone is interested in visual transformers in the panel, we can have a work together. These are the references, and thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So any question from
Thank you, sir.
the other? Any question from the other participants?
Well, thank you very much for that excellent presentation, Dr. Hafiz. That was quite fantastic. Would you like to share with us what you think would happen if you were to use a very large number of vision transformers, let's say more than 3 or up to 10? Yes. What do you think the result would look like? Thank you.
So with any technology like which uses which is data hungry. I see Professor. His Excellency is here. Thank you.
How are you, sir?
I'm fine. Thank you very much. Thank you. His Excellency is here. I'm happy. He has paid interest in my humble submission. I'm really happy. We have such distinguished panel. Let me come to the question. See, sir, with data hungry mechanisms, the problem is training. You need 2 things: time, and you need money or hardware. So the bigger the transformer, it's very data hungry, sir, as compared to the CNN. It's much more data hungry, but we don't have a choice. We don't have, frankly speaking, we have moved on from small data sets to large data sets. I myself was of the opinion I wanted to retain somehow with my humble research. I have very humble publications. I don't have great publications. I'm an assistant professor, though my 2 promotions are pending here. I have applied in University of Kashmir, but data hungry is the thing. The more data you give, the more they will learn. Like one of my professors said today, the cars, you don't have a bottom to up approach for designing a car. You have a top to bottom approach. You design this. It should be sleek, it should be catchy, and then you go to the engine and everything. Yes. His Excellency, if he wants to say something, please. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that clarification. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you.
Any question from the other? Purple. If not, we continue for the next presenter. Okay, for the next presenter, I invite Nab Fatali for presentation of the paper titled "As Important Aspect to Storyline for the Mobile Video Game." Naftali, are you here?
Yes, hello.
Okay, yes, time is yours.
Let me share the screen. Is my screen visible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. First, hello everyone. My name is Naftali. I'm a student from Bina Nusantara University. And thank you for having me in this conference. And my topic of presentation is important aspect storyline for mobile video games. First off, video games is everywhere. Now almost everyone's like to play video games, from kids, adults, even the elder. And not just for entertainment, but we can also make the money. For example, in the sport and the streamer. You can find a video game presence everywhere, like in the mall, in the house, from a device, and sometimes even in the street. There's a lot of important aspects in mobile video games, like the music, graphics, gameplay, and story. But now I want to talk to you about the storyline and why story in video game is also important. My goal is to make all the game interesting for making storyline, because sometimes the storyline can be quite boring, and educate the game developer, the future game developer, to more focus in making story video game. And the last one is to make player feel into the game itself. Methodology is a research from a various video game and find component in video game story and find a paper. Here are my key aspects in writing storyline for video game. Number one is plot. Plot is chain of connected events, just like a story. The plot can be linear or interactive. As you can see in the image, there's a linear story. It's only one ending. An interactive story is many dialogue and a different ending. It could be a bad ending, good ending, or sad ending. In mobile video games, it should be simple and meaningful. It is also involving a lot of gameplay, because in mobile you have a limited requirements. Depends how you make the game. We cannot make the same thing as the PC game. Number two is dialogue. Every story have a dialogue, because through dialogue we can interact with non-player character or NPC or other players. And how to make it dialogue is keep it simple. We cannot add a bunch of text in one screen. No one is gonna read that, and add flavors into it. For example, like a joke, anger, happiness, sadness. And if the game is text-based, and maybe add some punctuation or some slang into it. Or maybe you can add emoji. The third is character. Character have much unique personality and strong background. You can just put character out of nowhere without background and story, and one character can support each other character through the dialogue and the plot. Character also can teach experience to the player. He can learn something from the main character. He can learn from it and anything. Number four is environment. First off, mobile video games, we must make this stable and playable. We can just add a bunch of good graphics, but the game is unplayable. We must play it stable. Then what is connection between the environment and the storyline? The environment can support the background and storyline. For example, is a hunter is hunting a lion in the jungle. The jungle is the environment, hunter is the character, and hunting is the plot. Also, the environment is important to interact with. Such as example, maybe hunter, we need to hide in order to hunt lion, that we need to camouflage. So as the result, that between the four aspects, the first thing we need to focus is character, because the character is the first thing I personally see in the story. Who the character is, like the game, like who they are, what they are, where they come from, like what are the goal they want. Then it's following by the plot. The plot is like the story. For example, like how the main character achieved that goal and what's the ending. The next is dialogue. Dialogue is very influential with the character expression. And the last thing is the environment, can also support the characteristic. If the game story is good, the player is going to feel like they are in the game. But remember, they are not everyone want to see the story. They want to go back as soon as possible to the game or the gameplay. So that's why we need to make interesting story, so they know the story and feel the game even more. This is my reference for making our paper. And that's it by me. Thank you for listening.
Okay, thank you. That was a good, fabulous presentation from Naftali. Any question from the others? Any question from?
Well, thank you very much, Naftali, for that excellent presentation. Have you thought of any applications of this good work that you have done? Any applications, have you tried to, or can you think of applying this in a wider context? You can share with us any attempts to apply what you've come up with.
What application? I think any application, but maybe you can use a Fumus in Unity. There's a application named Fumus. It's not like an application, it's more like a extension into it, so we can make the more story into it.
Okay, thank you so much for that. Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, and any question from the others? No question. Okay, thank you for Naftali. I invite for the next presenter. I invite Rena Tiwari for presentation paper title as relation between gainful employment for the locus and control among teachers, youth, and the representatives. Please welcome Rena Tiwari.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm just going to present my paper.
Okay. Time is yours.
So my screen is visible?
Yes. 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 Go ahead. Yes. Press the ball.
Wait, sir. Very good afternoon. Very good afternoon to the speakers and participants. My name is Prerna Tiwari, and I am doing research in the field of psychology from Pacific University. I'm also teaching psychology subject at the undergraduate level. Now my topic for the presentation is relationship between gainful employment and locus of control in school. Now this is a theoretical article where I have pointed out the relationship between the two variables based on the researches that has not been seen empirically, but it can be seen further. But this is my theoretical, I have just tried to find out the theoretical relationship between the two variables. Now, considering the importance of employees, so employees are the most important component in any organization, whether corporate or the educational institution. So for any educational organization, it is very pertinent to maximize their effectiveness for of the teachers who are teaching there and to improve their experience of work. So basically, in this paper, I'm just pointing out that how what is the relationship between these two variables, and based on the understanding of the relationship between the two variables, we can design some intervention training programs for the educators so that it can be enhanced in them. So the development of positive school environment and educators' sense of personal responsibility towards their job can enhance their efficiency. Now, with this regard, gainful employment, especially in regard to their efficacy and personal responsibility towards their job. In this regard, these two variables, that is locus of control and gainful employment, plays a very important role. Now, gainful employed people always look forward to going to their work instead of dreading it. Nowadays, we have seen that many of the employees, they are doing their job, but not with that much zeal and enthusiasm. But if an employee is gainfully employed, now that employee definitely has that enthusiasm and that motivation to look forward to work. So in this regard, gainful employment is a very important concept. So the gainfully employed individuals, they find growth in their area of talent and feel productive at the same time and satisfied in their profession. Whereas when we talk about locus of control, it can be defined as the level to which individuals believe in their actions, whether their actions are whether their actions are in their control or the outside situations are governing their actions. So whenever they feel that they are the controller of their actions, that means they have the internal locus of control. Whereas if they think that the external factors are governing their actions, now that yes. Can I continue?
Yeah, continue, please.
There are two types. There are two types of locus of control. One is internal and the second is external. Now, in an educator's life, teacher's life, teaching and other school-related activities that occupies a very large part of their professional career and has a great impact on their overall personality. Now, in this context, both gainful employment and locus of control are very important. Why? Because gainful employment is an important criterion to boost their talent and skill in the area of education. Now, educators also require a sense of control upon their teaching. Now, that can be understood in relation to locus of control. Therefore, the accurate understanding and cognizance of locus of control can enable the teachers to practically reflect and take charge of their classroom teaching and improve their interaction with students. Now, a proper awareness of these two constructs can improve their teaching as well as their interaction with the students. Now, this theoretical paper aims to provide theoretical links between gainful employment and locus of control within the domain of school education, especially in relation to teachers. Okay. So if we try to understand a bit about gainful employment, so this construct was given by Snyder and Lopez in the year 2007. So gainful employment is a positive psychology concept that explains work as a means to enrich oneself. Now, gainful employment is where individuals, they feel productive as well as satisfied in their profession. Now, this type of work is not just merely limited to earning good income, but also entails other benefits that an employee can derive from his job. So this construct is very relevant, especially in the area of teaching. Okay. So gainful employment. Wait, my screen, I'm not able. Okay. Gainful employment provides 8 benefits. The 8 benefits are variety in duties performed. Second, a safe working environment, income for family and oneself, which should be sufficient for the person and also his family. Then fourth is a purpose derived from providing a product or service. Then happiness and satisfaction, positive engagement and involvement in the job. Then 7th is a sense of performing well and also meeting the goals. And the 8th point is companionship and loyalty to co-workers, bosses, and companies. So these are the 8 benefits that are provided by gainful employment. So a gainfully employed person has all the 8 characteristics in him. My slide is not moving forward. Okay, so with respect to teaching and learning, now I'm coming to the second variable, locus of control. It is equally significant in the field of education. Now, locus of control deals with individuals' views about himself in relation to what is happening in his life, a person's life, an employee's life. So the interpretation drawn from those interactions that occur between his own self and his life experience. So how an employee is able to interpret his experiences of life, whether his locus of control is internal or external. So this concept became prominent with the monograph publication by Rotter, 1966. Now, locus of control is internal as well as external. So internal control involves generalized expectancy, in which an individual has the perception that one's actions causes the positive and negative events and are potentially under his control, whereas the external locus of control involves generalized expectancy, where one's perception regarding the positive or negative events is beyond one's control and is not related to individual's behavior. Now, the cognizance of locus of control can promote acceptance of responsibility among school teachers, with regard to their vital role in shaping students' overall performance and successful leadership among school administrative authorities for improved school functioning. So this, especially the internal locus of control, is a very important construct in a teacher's life. Now, coming on to the main topic, that is the theoretical links between gainful employment and locus of control. Now, studies have revealed that this internal locus of control among individuals can result in improved performance, satisfaction with work, happiness in job, goals achievement, engagement in work, commitment towards work, as well as creating work-life balance. Then better social adjustment and adaptability with others. Now, keeping in mind these benefits that are derived from the internal locus of control, now these benefits depict theoretical and empirical associations with the second construct of this paper, that is the gainful employment. Now, these are the 7 benefits or that are derived from internal locus of control, and these 7 benefits have theoretical as well as empirical association with the second construct, that is gainful employment. Now, the following 5 benefits of gainful employment that shows relationship with the benefits derived from internal locus of control. Now, these are the 5 benefits which are associated with internal locus of control: happiness and satisfaction, sense of performing well and meeting goals, engagement and involvement, deriving a sense of purpose, then companionship and loyalty to co-workers. Now, the first link is related to happiness and satisfaction. So the conceptual understanding of locus of control says that individuals with internal locus of control will definitely experience happiness and satisfaction in their job, and the theoretical and the empirical studies of gainful employment, they also reveal the same, that happiness and satisfaction is derived in the workplace, especially in those employees who are gainfully employed. Now, this indicates that an increase in either one of them will increase the other. Now, if the person is has an internal locus of control, now that may we can predict, or we can make a hypothesis that definitely the gainful employment can increase if the internal locus of control is increasing in a person's personality. So empirically also with regard to happiness, a study by Shubina in 2017 shows that significant correlation between happiness and internal locus of control. So the happiness and satisfaction has been seen in the studies, especially in those individuals who have an internal locus of control. And similarly, the studies of gainful employment states that the gainfully employed individuals experience happiness and satisfaction. So this is the first link, theoretical link between the two variables. The second link is with regard to satisfaction among the workers. Now, studies have revealed that internally locus, the employees who have internal locus of control, they exhibit greater satisfaction in their job than the employees who have external locus of control. Similarly, the gainfully employed individuals also demonstrate good satisfaction in their work. Now, satisfaction is one characteristic of gainful employment. The finding claims that it plays a key role in professional domain of the individuals. So in this area, that is job satisfaction also, it has been observed that if the internal locus of control is high, so the employee is experiencing job satisfaction. Whereas if the person is gainfully employed, so the person is definitely experiencing job satisfaction. So here also the theoretical link we can see, especially in relation to job satisfaction. Now the third theoretical link is performance. So study the conceptual understanding, and based on the empirical studies, it has been revealed that the internal locus of control found in the individuals, those individuals, they perform very good in their job, perform better, their performance is really good, as well as in regard to the gainful employment, there has been the literature that states that gainfully employed people perform better. Their performance is really good. So the performance criteria, performance is also one of the criteria where we can see that the link or the association can be seen between internal locus of control and gainful employment. Now, the fourth point that connects these two variables is meeting the goals. Then with regard to meeting goals, a study by Coburn in 1990 indicates that individuals with internal locus of control, they are motivated in meeting goals than the individuals who have an external locus of control. So meeting the goals, that is something which has been found in the people who have an internal locus of control. Whereas gainfully employed people also are seen to meet their desired goals, which is expected from them. So there was one study by Peter Suchi in this regard. Now it was seen that the employee need to evaluate what he or she has to offer to the organization and also determine what more is needed from him or her. It facilitates the workers to meet the goals of the organization. Not just this, but other studies are also there which state that the gainfully employed people are able to meet the expected goals, the desired goals. So in this context also, there is a theoretical link between these two variables. Now, the fifth link is in the area of engagement and involvement in the work. So individuals with internal locus of control are found to be more engaged in their work. So these individuals have engagement in their work. Theoretically, gainfully employed employment also result in engagement and involvement in work. So Murray in 2003 in the research study found that there exists a positive relationship between internal locus of control and engagement. Similarly, with regard to gainful employment, Snyder and Lopez in 2007, they have described that engagement and involvement as one of the very important benefits that can be derived from gainful employment. So here also we can see that the engagement, yes?
Yes, can you jump to the conclusion because the time is almost over.
So should I move fast?
Yeah, move fast.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, so I'll just in short, I'll just explain my points. So the 6th point is where we are able to see the theoretical link is deriving a sense of purpose that can be seen in both the variables. Both theoretical as well as empirical studies have stated that, as well as the 7th point is the companionship and loyalty to co-worker and bosses. Now, these all findings, they indicate that internals are better able to adjust in the company of others than the externals. Okay, so these are all the findings. Now, the conceptual understanding, basically the main, my main purpose in this paper is to just give this idea that the theoretical understanding and the empirical studies have stated the common elements which are found in both the variables, but we haven't found the empirical relationship between the two that we can see, because theoretical links are there. Now, what is the significance of relating gainful employment and locus of control? Why I want to see this relationship? Now, the significance of relating locus of control and gainful employment lies in the fact that on the mentioned common elements of both the construct and intervention training program can be conducted for the teachers in the school environment. So the common elements, on the common elements, we can plan a training program for the teachers in the school environment. Now, this training program can result in an increase in both the internal locus of control as well as gainful employment, and it will benefit not just the teachers but also the students and the overall school management. Now, the related elements of both the concepts are happiness, satisfaction. We have discussed this. Okay, so with regard to internal locus of control, findings have revealed that it is of changeable disposition, which means that if we are giving an intervention training program for the teachers, especially in the area of locus of control, that means it can be a successful effort, because studies have revealed that it is of changeable disposition. This indicates that internal locus of control can be induced and maintained among the employees. So an increase in internal locus of control among school teachers can enhance their gainful employment due to the theoretical and empirical association between the two. Now, in school settings, sensitivity towards students' need is manifested by the teachers who take responsibility in teaching and learning process, derive a sense of purpose in the field of education by giving value to their students' academic interest. Now, their locus of control is internal and they perceive teaching as a calling. Now, in context of gainful employment, gainfully employed educators teach in order to enrich their skills in teaching. So these professionals have a growth mindset, the gainfully employed teachers in the area of education. Now, findings also indicate that gainfully employed professionals value their job. They give value to their job and is not just limited to income, earning good income. Income is important, but it is not everything for them. With regard to gainfully employed individual, happiness, purpose, satisfaction, performance, companionship cannot be compromised. So in teaching job, to increase the meaning and happiness, the mentioned element, it becomes important to raise the educators' gainful employment and internal locus of control. For this reason, to enhance both these elements among professionals, an intervention program can be designed and conducted in schools with reference to the relationship between the two constructs. Now, in the field of education, it can be very meaningful. Why? Because it can uplift teachers' sense of responsibility, purpose, passion, commitment, enabling them to become cognizant about students' potentials and conflicts faced by the students, by giving more emphasis to student-centered approach with the usage of effective methods in teaching. Now, just the conclusion, the above discussion comprehends the relationship between these two variables with regard to school teachers, as they play a very significant role in students' school life. The internal locus of control and gainful employment positively influences teaching abilities and empower them to provide improved learning experiences. Therefore, importance of understanding this association between the two constructs lies in knowing the common elements. So the intervention training program, successful intervention training program can only be given when we know the relationship between these two elements. Thereafter, planning, designing, and conducting intervention program on those common elements. It can enhance teachers' internal locus of control and gainful employment, and also enable them to experience growth in the area of their talents and strengths. By elevating their efficiency in teaching, the relationship between these two constructs can practically benefit schools and overall raise the quality of education in it. Thank you. These are the references.
Okay, thank you very much. Any question from the others?
Right.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Prerna Tiwari, for that brilliant presentation. I'm not quite sure whether you could also consider applying this kind of study to a corporate or industrial environment, because in a corporate environment or industrial environment, employees are looking for happiness, they're looking for satisfaction, performance is an issue, they want to meet their strategy goals, they want engagement and companionship. What do you think it would look like in a corporate environment or the industrial environment other than just school teachers?
Definitely, it can benefit the employees, because in the present time, the employees, because of the overload of work, because of deadlines, time pressure, they have to complete the targets on time. They face a lot of stress, especially in the corporate offices. So for them, a training program, especially in the context of internal, this locus of control and gainful employment, will definitely benefit them. I agree with this thing. Yes, we can design a training program for them.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Prerna.
Thank you, sir.
Any question from the others? Yeah. Okay. I invite the other presenter. I invite Muhia Sunday Ajme, PhD, for presenting the paper Social Media Use and a Knowledge Sharing Practices among Undergraduates in the Federal University of Ekiti. Muhia Sunday Ajme, PhD, are you here? Again, I invite Muhia Sunday Ajimuse, PhD, for presenting paper. Yes. Yeah. Are you here? Yeah, I hear. Yeah. Time is yours, sir. Muhia. Yeah, Muhia Sunday Ajimuse, PhD, are you here? Okay, I continue for the next presenter. I invite to Nurafni Damanik for presenting the paper titled as Performance Analysis of a Support Factor Matching in Identifying Comments and Ranking on E-commerce. Nurafni Damanik, are you here?
Yes.
Okay, please. Okay, please.
Okay, let me to share my screen.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, thank you for giving me time to present my paper. Before, let me introduce myself. My name is Nurafni Damanik. I'm 24 years old. I'm from Indonesia. And that's all my study history is a bachelor degree from North Sumatra University. And now currently studying computer science for a master degree in Potensiutama University. And the title of my paper is Performance Analysis of Support Factor Machine in Identifying Comments and Ratings on E-commerce. Next, this is about my paper. That consumers who have shopped at e-commerce will provide reviews or comments on products that have been purchased. Customer confidence in the rating is hampered due to inconsistency of answers, such as reviews that have negative text with a positive rating value. For this reason, a technique is needed to adjust the rating with comments or reviews of purchased goods to make it easier for consumers when shopping to see the rating directly without reading the reviews or comments of previous consumers. And the purpose of this study is to classify comments and ratings and then obtain the results of the accuracy of the classification system so that the above problems can be answered. The study uses support factor machine classification technique because this algorithm is better in classification terms. And then this is the purpose of this study, that one obtain classification results from research data, namely in the form of common data, which is analyzed automatically and grouped into ratings using SVM algorithm. And the second is analyze the accuracy result of the SVM classification algorithm based on the confusion matrix. And the third is obtain visualization data based on common data. And the object involved in this research is a dataset is from a collection of reviews in the form of comments and also ratings given by people who have shopped at the Lazada online store in Indonesian and taken from the Kaggle site. As we know, the Kaggle site. And the second is the data used in the study where 44 comments are rating data, then divided into three categories or three classes, namely less good, neutral, and good. Data that already has a class category that is not good. That is split the data into the, test data and training data with the comparison that will be used in the study is training data. Test data equal 60% compared with 10%. This is the research stage. As I said before, that for the first is data retrieval. Data retrieval is from Kaggle site. And next is text preprocessing. The function of this text preprocessing is to have a higher accuracy, namely is tokenizing, case folding, cleaning, timing of filtering and normalization. And then after text preprocessing is implementation of training data with SVM or support vector machine. And then we shows about classification result mode, and after that we apply test data to the classification mode. Before is training data, and then we do to test data, and after that test data had classification, and the finally is conclusion. This is the flowchart of classification method of support vector machine. We can start after the text data from training, test data from pre-processing, and data weighting. After that, classification of SVM score is less than 0 is, sorry, more than 0 is positive common or 1, and if less than 0 is a negative common or neutral common. And after that, the classification result is saved. And after that, the classification test data and stop. And after that, this is the result. The result, the value of the classification accuracy of the SVM algorithm from the test data is 71.42%. We can show this in this picture. In this, okay. And next, this is the result of the confusion matrix SVM analysis. We can show that classification is 1 or positive 63, and 12 is 0 or negative or neutral, and neutral, and 5 classification is 5, for negative. Okay, this is the accuracy of confusion matrix for SVM analysis. Conclusion. The conclusion is SVM classification result in training data classification accuracy of 91.3% and test data classification accuracy of 71.4% with a compiler time of 11.575. Higher preprocessing techniques so as to get clean data and more accurate classification result. This is the visualization in Indonesian that the function to show the consumer to get or to make the decision after they show this visualization, because this is the more word is shown in program. And then I want to show you about my program. This is the my program on Google Colab. We can, if you have Gmail or Google Drive, you can integrate it to Google Colab, and this integrated to Python. And I use the Python, and this is the program. All of my classification about SVM. Okay, that's all. And I think if I have some mistakes from my presentation, please me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for Nurafni Damani. Okay, any question from the others?
Yes, thank you very much, Nurafni, for that good presentation. I wanted to find out from you how this support vector machine algorithm compares with other classical machine learning algorithms? Did you try to compare your results with other algorithms? And if so, what do you think it will look like?
Okay, sir. How the SVM to classification, right?
Yeah.
And how to classification that the SVM is a algorithm make for the analysis have wait, yes, sir.
It's okay. It's all right.
The classification, I forget the name.
Okay. Well, I think maybe as further research, you could consider comparing the SVM with the other classical algorithms of machine learning, just to see how it compares in comparison with other algorithms. If you do get time, it will be a wonderful thing to do. Okay. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay.
That was the answer. So, any question from the others? Look, there is no question from the others, so I will continue for the next presenter. I invite Muya Sande Ajimuse, PhD, for presented paper titled Social Media Use and Knowledge Sharing and Practices among Undergraduates in Federal University OYEKT. Time is yours. I invite again Muyewa Sande Ajimuse, PhD, for presenter the paper titled Social Media Use and Knowledge Sharing Practices among Undergraduates in Federal University OYEKT. Yes. Yes. Time is yours, sir. Is that you? I invite again Muya Sande Ajimuse, PhD, for presenting the paper titled A Social Media Use and Knowledge Sharing Practices among Undergraduates in Federal University OYEKT. Mr. Muya, are you with us? Mr. Muya? I invite to Duarte de Costa Samanto to present the paper titled Analysis Maintain a System Applied by Wärtsilä Group in 2 central diesel power plants in Timor-Leste. Are you here? I invite again for Duarte da Costa Samanto for presented the paper title as Analysis Maintenance System in Applied by Wärtsilä Group in 2 central diesel power plants in Timor-Leste. Mr. Duarte da Costa Samanto. Again, I invite, yes, sir. Again,
hello.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Again, I
Hello.
invite. Hello.
Hello.
Who's speaking? Oh.
Hello.
Yes, Professor.
Yes. He said I was calling. He told me say he has instructed someone to represent him because he's in one program now. So you're asking someone to represent you to present the paper on his behalf. So we are expecting the patient to present the paper on his behalf.
Okay.
I commend the effort of the last speaker for paper that he presented. That's very good.
Okay.
So that is very good. And you should not forget to let us have the phone number, WhatsApp number and everybody because of another conference that is coming in collaboration with you so that it helps us a lot. Very, very important.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Okay, the last call, I invite to Muya Sunday Ajimiste. Are you here? Okay. For the next presenter, design interaction video game, Tafel Saga for the mobile application, presentation by Daniel Kevin Joe Feko Yudi. I invite to Daniel Kevin John Feko Yahudi. Daniel Kevin John Feko Wahyudi. Are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. It's time to you, sir. Time is yours.
I'm sorry. Okay, my camera is okay. May I share my screen?
Sure.
Is it visible?
Yes.
Okay. So I will start now. Hello, my name is Daniel Kevin. I am the student from the Binus University of Indonesia. Thank you for the opportunity for having this conference. I hope we bless with health. So my topic presentation is titled Designing Interaction Video Game Tafel Saga for Mobile Applications. So about the background of this paper, in this digital world era, computerized technology is growing rapidly, especially in video game. The at first from with physical and turning into the digital. On the other hand, mental problems do not only occur in adults, but also occur in adolescents. And then video games themselves have their own advantage for the player, especially for the teenagers. This is the recent research that has been done has also found that the video game could increase the ability of the brain capability. For example, speed reading, differential shape and color, also placing object correctly. So the goal of this work to utilize the interaction design from the video game Tafel Saga with Android-based to respond the teenager's mental problem and deliver the good values to the teenager. In the other way, this interaction design must be used to taking the advantage of the positive set of video game. So to achieve that goal, the interaction design must be designed as good as possible so the value of the game can deliver well to the player. So this is the theory about the game. According to Ernest Adam, game emerged from human desire to having fun or play and capacity of human to have imaginary reward or pretend. So the play itself is one of human activities that has been a wide category of non-essential and usually recreational. It was developed by social significantly. So for the example, the game itself, there is any different traditional game across the world. And the next one, pretending, is the ability to create an imaginary world that the player or pretender always know the difference between reality and imaginary world. For the example, pretending is more like we have our imaginary with our toys when we was a child. The next theory, the interaction design, is one of the important part as a part of the user experience design. The interaction design could be understood as the design of interaction between human and machine. It's more like the bridge between the human and machine for interact. This is the methodology. First, I choose the topic. The topic could be taken from the research question. After I'm making the choice, the writer or me analyze it and search the related part of the word. And then I try to change the sentence with synonym and alternate word. And then after I choosing the topics, I formulate a search strategy, such as I take a note the main point that important to writer would looking for. And then I take point at the available resource and decided which one are most appropriate for needs. Sometimes the quantity also give clue to narrow or expand the search. And then the words sometimes need to be narrow. So I always watch the boundaries of the research question. And the last, I may also need to review the initial question for checking the data form. So this is my result. There is a two group of this result. The first group is the interaction related to human and computer interaction. As I said, interaction design can be a bridge between human and computer. So the human and computer can interact each other. The second group are mostly talking about the relation between game design and interaction design from the different genres. Because this one, like a game design or interaction design, can affect the player emotions. But overall, of the paper from the related research has discussed same things. It's all about how the human and computer interact. So I can conclude that the main point of its design are focused on four elements, where it contains the function, understandability, convenience, and the feelings. So the conclusion of all this work, from this paper, I know that the interaction design must be good, and that the good interaction design must contain the four elements where it contains the function, understandability, convenience, and the feelings. The four main points used to allow player are getting the psychological pleasure. This not only affect the player experience about the convenience while using or play the Tapal Saga game, but also affect the player emotions and the players capability to play the game so well. This is my reference for this work. And then thank you for having me to presenting this presentation. So we can continue to the question and answer.
Okay, thank you for presentation. Any question from the other presentation?
Yes.
Yes, Professor. Yeah, please.
Right. So thank you very much, Daniel, for a good research work that you've done. I was just fascinated by the 4 elements you chose, design, like function, understandability, convenience, and the feeling. Have you thought of also looking at other elements that are important in interactive design, such as user friendliness or other kind of factors?
tó ra ò tó fi lọ láti bàtà sùn ti bẹ̀rẹ̀ bí orí bá sọ̀rọ̀ mo á sọ fún pé tí family man tó bá fi lè you cannot have all the time.
Can we mute this Jacob Opele so that we continue with our discussion, please?
Mr. Jacob Opele, can you mute for your mic, please?
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, so I was just asking Daniel to say, just commenting to say, you've done a wonderful job on those elements. Have you ever thought of also adding other elements that can also assist in improving interactive design, such as user friendliness and other areas? Can you think of another extension of those areas?
Oh, thank you for the questions. Maybe before it, we also know about the 5 visual factors of human, and then the 8 golden rules for the good UI and UX. But after I reading some research, this is the 4th point that I found. So it's more like affect the users or players. So the 4th point is I'm sorry. The 4th point is about the functions, understandability, convenience, and the feelings. It's when we can expand furthermore, it's contain the 8 golden rules and 5 favorite factor of human.
Okay. All right. No, that's okay. Thank you. Thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Daniel.
Thank you very much.
Any question from the other? Okay, if not, I'll continue for topic social media use and then a knowledge sharing practice among undergrads in a Federal University OIE Ekiti, presented by Muia Sande Unji PhD.
Hello.
Hello. Yes, sir.
I will be presenting. Muyiwa will not be presenting. His network is very bad right now. So can you help me allow me to share my screen?
Sure.
Okay. So good morning, everyone. From here in Nigeria, we are in the morning. I'll be speaking to the title on the screen, and that is social media use and knowledge sharing practices among undergraduate students in our university here. We all know that social media is a very common tool that are used these days. By way of background, we know that everybody is aware that we are in the knowledge-based economy, which is an economy where we have shifted from administrative tenets and philosophy. People has been affected in virtually every corners, including work processes. And then we now have access to knowledge for enhanced performance. Be it individual, organization, or wherever, we are all in the knowledge economy. So knowledge, management of knowledge is key if we must move on these days, because it plays a significant role in addressing many of human capital anxieties in organization today. In fact, it has been argued that knowledge is almost everything that we need now to solve the current problem. So, however, to what extent do students share knowledge? Sharing amidst people can either aid or weaken the performance and effectiveness of an organization. So, to authors, it has been argued that sharing of knowledge is associated with cost and benefit. So most times people share knowledge because of what they will gain. Others refuse to share because they are afraid of losing. So in this study, we have 3 research questions. The first is the kind of knowledge that is commonly shared among undergraduates in our university, Federal University or Ekiti. The second one, we want to know which social media do students use for knowledge sharing. And the last, what are the challenges or factors militating against sharing among the undergraduates? Well, our study, by way of looking at the methodology, is the main essence is to actually establish the benefit of social media use for knowledge sharing. Hence, our study adopted the descriptive research design. We had a population of over 8,000 students, and then from which we selected 380 for the study by means of questionnaire. So the data was analyzed after validated, and then we got the following results. Our results are based on the 3 research questions. The first one, we were interested in knowing the kind of knowledge that is commonly shared among students in our university. Our study found that the students were always ready to share academic contents with colleagues and sharing of lecture materials. This ranked first and second among other kinds of knowledge that are commonly shared. And research question 2, we try to look at which social media do students use for knowledge sharing. Well, our study revealed that WhatsApp ranked first. Yes, WhatsApp was number 1 among the social media that are commonly used by our students. Other medias include those on Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, and Twitter, while a very good number also use Telegram. But overall, WhatsApp remained number 1 social media commonly used. The last question and the third one, challenges militating against knowledge sharing among the students. We found that 1, lack of relationship, ignorance of what to share and lack of time, lack of appreciation and fear of providing wrong information. Some are shy. All these constituted major challenges for knowledge sharing among our students. The study thus concluded, after discovering that most of the students in the faculties we selected frequently made use of social media every day. We found that WhatsApp, Instagram, Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, and Telegram are the commonly used. The study therefore recommends as follows. 1, that government and other private organizations should help solve the problem of financial constraints facing institutions, that necessary adjustment and services can be delivered. Number 2, that the staff should be more equipped so that they can give more training in any aspect where there seems to be faulty. The third was that government and school authority should improve the level of social media utilization by introducing free Wi-Fi to students for easier access to the internet. And then on the part of lecturers, you use social media platform for kind of interaction among students so that they too can get used to it. And lastly, to the students should learn to share knowledge with others so as to improve knowledge sharing practices. Thank you very much for the time and your attention.
Thank you very much. Any question from the other participants?
Yes, thank you very much for this good presentation, highly informative paper, sir. I was just looking at your recommendation and good results. I wanted to find out from you what you think could be done to encourage the lecturers to use social media platforms that are currently being used by the undergraduates at your university.
Okay, basically the university do not have Wi-Fi right now, and the internet facility is not well established because our university is relatively young. But one way to solve the problem is to romance the university authority to make sure there's provision for adequate internet facility, so that from the comfort zone of the lecturers, they can encourage students to connect to classes and then interact more effectively.
Thank you very much. I like your recommendations. I think if you can take them up further, you can be able to get a lot of support to improve the environment, infrastructure, facilities around the university. Thank you for the good paper. Thank you.
I appreciate.
Thank you.
Okay, any question from the other? Okay, if not, there is no question. So we have a break for lunch and for about 30 minutes, and then we back 30 minutes again. Again, in lunch, we have a break for 30 minutes, and then we come back to 30 minutes. Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the third International Conference Applied Science, Engineering, and Technology and Management. So, welcoming the keynote speaker for the next, I would like to welcome the Professor Christian Karnat. Professor Karnat is Policing Security, Department of Life Science and Education, University of South Wales in United Kingdom, delivered the keynote speak. He is a research center director and a full professor with demonstrated history of working in higher education industry and skill international security, terrorism, and counterterrorism policing in European Union. In international relations, political science, research design, research and lecturing, and academic writing. A strong higher education professional with Doctor of Philosophy, PhD, focused on international security from Aberystwyth University, UK, and a Marine and current fellowship from the University Institute of Florence, Italy, and a significant work experience with the European Union. Professor Christian Kennert is chair is a policy and security as well as director of the International Center on Policy and Security at the University of South Wales. He also a leader and connect a research group and policy and security at the University of South Wales. Previously, he served in academic director, professor Institute European Studies, University of Brazil, professor international politics. He head of the discipline politics and director of European University for Security and Justice, and dean of Monte Center for the Excellence and the University Dundee. Please welcome Professor Kenneth. Time is yours. Professor, are you here? Professor? I invite you, Professor.
Good morning. My name is Christian Kennert, and I'm Professor of International Security at Dublin City University and Professor of Policing and Security at the University of South Wales in the United Kingdom. I'm absolutely delighted that I am here with you today. The conference is something really exciting, and I'm absolutely delighted to be able to share this occasion with you today. The topic that I want to discuss with you today is counterterrorism in Europe and human rights in the European Union. The topic of terrorism and counterterrorism has been a topic that has been in the media, of course, for many, many years, especially since the events of 9/11. It's been something that really a term that's been very widely used, but I would argue a term that's not always been very well understood. It's become part of a media hype, in particular after the events, of course, of 9/11 in New York, Washington, and in the rest of the United States. But then we also had a lot of subsequent terror attacks in Europe. There was, for instance, 11th of March in Madrid. There was 7/7, the 7th of July in London. And of course, a couple of years ago, we had the events of Paris, Bataclan, Nice, Brussels, Berlin, Manchester, Istanbul, and a number of other terror attacks. So the argument that some people had been making is it one of the greatest security threats of our time? Now, of course, as we're speaking, we have the events of the Russian invasion in Ukraine. So this is also something very, very important to be discussing. And I'd be delighted to discuss that with you on another occasion. But today I want to really focus on the topic of terrorism and counterterrorism. Now, in the academic literature, the topic has been widely analyzed. There have been a number of very important contributions that people have made. And in particular, one of the things that people have pointed out is, of course, the typology. The typology of terrorism tended to be based on a number of different factors. So one of the ways in which we can define terrorism and, in a sense, create a typology is the distinction between non-state versus state-based terrorism. Obviously, non-state actors are actors, smaller style guerrilla groups that are not necessarily dependent on a state, but then we also have actors that are entirely dependent on state and state actors, in fact. And the second distinction is between national versus international terrorism. Some of the groups tend to operate within the national boundaries and within the boundaries of a particular state. Others have increasingly operated in a transnational kind of way. So we've seen increasingly, in particular Al-Qaeda, but also other terrorist groups that have, of course, operated more and more in transnational way. They've operated across different national boundaries. Of course, in Europe, they've also crossed a lot of different state boundaries, but they've crossed not only boundaries within Europe, but of course, across the West and of course, across the world more generally. And then the most important distinction has been the typology that is based on political motivations. The first political motivation is that of an ethno-nationalist group. Those tend to be terrorist groups that want to create their own state. One of the examples here is, of course, ETA in Spain, that stands for the attempt to create a Basque independent state, independent from Spain, but perhaps also independent from France, because part of the Basque country is also part of France today. We also have the IRA, for instance, the Irish Republican Army. We have ideological groups. Here we have the Red Brigades, very often left-wing groups. We have the Red Brigades. We have the Baader-Meinhof Gang, or the Red Army faction, as they used to call themselves in the former West Germany. We have the FARC, the left-wing ideological terrorist group in Colombia. We have the Shining Path in Peru. So quite a number of perhaps left-wing ideological terrorist groups. We then also have religio-political groups, Hamas, for instance, that stands for the Islamic Republic of Palestine, that is also sponsored, of course, by the Iranian regime. That is also one of the potential terror groups. And then we have single issue groups. Now in the West, we had, for instance, environmental terrorist groups. We had a variety of other kind of terrorist groups that are really related to very specific single issues. Now, over the years, there have been a number of different attempts to really tackle terrorism and to really bring that together in the framework of Europe, in the framework of the European Union, and so on. But the beginnings of that framework was really the bilateral efforts. The bilateral efforts that started between different European countries. One of the examples I can mention here is, for instance, the example between Spain and France when it came to fighting against ETA, the terror group that I just mentioned, that wanted to create an independent Basque country. Now, ETA was one of those terror groups that was very, very important already under the fascist dictatorship of General Franco in Spain, and was in fact one of the opposition groups against General Franco, which was also one of the reasons why they were seen in the kind of freedom fighter kind of light, especially by the democratic government of France at the time. That was as a result of that providing something like a safe haven for ETA terrorists during the times of General Franco. Obviously, in the 1970s, General Franco dies and Spain transitions towards democracy. But the terror group ETA continues to exist. It continues to, in a sense, conduct a lot of terror attacks. And in fact, if we look at purely the statistic of when, in a sense, people were killed by this particular terror group, we see that more people were killed post-Franco, so during the democratic transition, than even during the times of the fascist dictatorship. In terms of developments, in the bilateral efforts, we have the 1970s, which is the really big transition period where Spain transitions towards democracy. And as a result of Spain adopting a new constitutional democracy with a new democratic constitution, France in 1979 abolishes the possibility for refugee status for Spanish citizens. Until 1979, Spanish citizens, in particular those that were linked to ETA, were able to claim refugee status in France at the time because they could claim that they were fighting against a fascist dictatorship on political grounds. With the transition of Spain towards democracy. Obviously, this no longer was tenable, and we see that Spain and France start cooperating much, much more closely. In 1993, for instance, we have the arrest of ETA's Barcelona cell. ETA's Barcelona cell operating in the city of Barcelona with the help of the French police. We actually managed to eradicate one of the largest cells in the 1990s that ETA has had. As a result of that, we see a very significant decrease in importance of ETA. At the same time, these bilateral efforts were only some of the efforts. We also have the so-called European Political Cooperation, or the so-called TREVI group. The TREVI group in the 1970s in particular is basically the group of the ministers of interior of the member states of the European Community, as it was called then. Now it's called the European Union. At the time it was called the European Community. And even though the European Union or the European Community at the time has no legal competences to deal with these matters, ministers of interior agreed to meet regularly to discuss internal security matters. In fact, they start with counterterrorism, but over time they also start dealing with other issues such as policing, such as criminal justice, and later then also migration, border issues, refugee issues, and also this becomes a nucleus for European foreign policy coordination as well. Then in the 1980s, we have the creation of the so-called Schengen Convention. The Schengen Convention is a convention that provides for the borderless freedom of movement inside the European Union. It was, in fact, a legal convention, an international legal convention outside of the framework of the European Union that was created in 1985. Schengen at the time was created outside of the framework of the European Union because one member state at the time, the United Kingdom, did not agree with this particular Schengen being included inside of the European Union, because the argument was, yes, okay, we want to have European citizens being able to move freely, just like goods and everything else, but we still need to look whether somebody is, check whether somebody is in fact a European Union citizen, and as a result of that, we need to maintain borders. The other member states, in particular Germany, France, Italy, and so on, did not agree with that. They considered that in order to have a truly travel-less border freedom of movement area, you needed to get rid of border controls. So as a result of that, and as a result of British opposition at the time, they created an international convention outside of the framework of the European Union, but a convention that later was included in the framework of the European Union treaties in the 1990s. Now, the third and final, in a sense, very important development in terms of bilateral and multilateral efforts on terrorism is, of course, the Council of Europe cooperation. The Council of Europe cooperation is an organization of voluntary cooperation. So it's not an organization like the European Union that provides for legal competences that are provided for by the treaties between the member states, but it is a voluntary cooperation. It is also based on treaties, of course, and the Council of Europe conventions notably, but they do not have legal mechanisms like the European Union, where you have European court system. There's no direct effect of those international legal instruments. There's no enforcement mechanism that we know of the European Union. So as a result of that, I will tell you a little bit more of the Council of Europe. In particular, the Council of Europe provided for what is a very important, if you like, experience, Europeanization experience in terms of counterterrorism in Europe. In particular, it was important for the member states, United Kingdom, Spain, Italy, Germany, and France. The European Community at the time did not have any legal competences on those matters. Particularly in the 1970s and 80s, the European Community was not able to legislate on these matters. However, the Council of Europe that was established in 1949, that was established in particular as an organization, as I told you, of voluntary cooperation, did not possess any supranational characteristics. Its aims and its instruments were relatively weak. It had weak legal instruments. It could only adopt recommendations or resolutions, opinions, nothing of a binding nature. But, and that's where it was important, it provided for a political framework in which member states could address political issues such as terrorism, of course. Despite the fact that it's legally independent from the European Union and also from the European community initially, it does become legally very important later for Europe because the EU defines the various legal mechanisms, various legal instruments of the Council for Europe. It defines them as part of its own legal acquis. Acquis meaning all the body of law that all new member states have to adopt before they are allowed to become a new member state. So I just give you some examples. In 1957, it adopted the Convention of Extradition, which was then revised in 1975 and in 1978. It also created a mutual legal assistance agreement on criminal matters in 1959 and in 1978. It created a convention on the international validity of criminal judgments in 1970 and the European Convention on the Suppression of Terrorism. As these are very important legal instruments, they later become part of departure for EU action in this particular field of counterterrorism. There's a realization that terrorism is an increasingly transnational phenomenon, but there's also a realization that these instruments, if you like, they don't work. And I'm just giving you one example here. The Convention of Extradition of 1957 was ratified by the United Kingdom only in 1991. So for almost 40 years, it was a useless convention that could not be applied in terms of extradition in the United Kingdom or also in other countries. Now, the efforts to become truly multilateral, they really start when the European Union gets involved. Here, the first time that we have the European Union being involved is, of course, the Treaty of Maastricht. And the Treaty of Maastricht, in fact, creates the legal basis, the treaty basis for all EU legislation. It creates the so-called pillar structure. Counterterrorism here is in the third pillar. That also includes other security issues like border controls, criminal matters, and of course, terrorism, counterterrorism, but also judicial cooperation, police cooperation, immigration and asylum. Nonetheless, despite the fact that it's a very, very important development for the European Union, it's the first time the European Union gains any legal competences over counterterrorism, the legal instruments of the time are still very weak. They're primarily international conventions. That is then remedied with the so-called Amsterdam Treaty. The Treaty of Maastricht was signed in 1992. The Amsterdam Treaty is signed in 1997 and ratified in 1999. The Amsterdam Treaty, for the first time, provides for proper EU legal instruments. Proper EU legal instruments meaning that those really have legal tooth, and it's possible to, in a sense, implement these on the ground for police officers, for judicial authorities that are able to deal with internal security, terrorism, counterterrorism matters, but also more broadly on criminal justice, borders, visas, and so on. It also creates the so-called EU area of freedom, security, and justice, which is a new legal concept that puts this as an objective of EU legal competence. In fact, the EU is asked by the member states to legislate on matters that are linked to the area of freedom, security, and justice. Also very important at this point is the legal integration of the Schengen Convention.
Was talking and I heard
As
him.
I told you, the convention that was created outside of the framework of the European Union, and to implement this convention inside the European Union as part of the Amsterdam Treaty. So this is how, for the first time, Schengen gets into the European Union policy making as a whole. Now, in particular, this becomes very, very important because, of course, the European Union starts really developing its counterterrorism legislation subsequent to the terror attacks of 9/11. Until 9/11, we can pretty much say that there were some smaller attempts of counterterrorism policy legislation in the European Union, but truly there wasn't anything of importance that was really there. With 9/11, we have at least two extremely significant instruments that are being adopted. The first one is a legal definition of terrorism. On the day of 9/11, out of the current 27 member states, or in fact, the prior 28 member states, when Britain was still a member state just 2 years ago, out of those 28, only 5 EU member states actually legally defined terrorism as a crime at that particular moment of historical juncture. On the day of 9/11, only 5 member states actually defined terrorism as a crime. Now, why is that a problem, you say? Because if somebody killed somebody, of course, that is always a crime in all jurisdictions. So murder is always a crime. Criminal damage is always a crime. So why do you need terrorism defined as a crime? Terrorism is very important to be defined as a crime because, of course, when we counter terrorism, we want to prevent people from doing these things. So we want to prevent people from killing people. We want to prevent people from actually committing criminal damage. We want to anticipate and prevent all of this from happening. If you define something only as a crime when the murder has already been committed, it means the police has nothing to go by to actually arrest people in the preparation of that crime that we cannot actually prove. However, once you define terrorism as a crime, it becomes much easier for the police to prosecute. For instance, you can have jihadi videos on your computer. Perhaps you have a plan how a bomb might be built, and perhaps there's been some chatter on your phone. All of these things can be then triangulated by the police, can be put together, can be investigated, and you can be arrested for terrorist offenses because all of those give sufficient evidence that you're planning a terror attack. If terrorism itself is not a crime, none of these 3 items would be normally considered a criminal offense. As a result of that, the police, even though they might know about all of those, would not be able to arrest you and would not be able to prosecute you. So as a result of that, this development in the European Union to define terrorism as a crime was of huge significance. Terrorism is now a crime in all jurisdictions in the European Union. All 28/27 jurisdictions of all member states of the European Union define terrorism as a crime. So we see there's been a huge development since 9/11. Now, the second very, very important policy development that we see is the European arrest warrant. The European arrest warrant is in fact a legal instrument that replaces all of the extradition instruments that we used to have in the European Union, replaces the International Convention on Extradition. And it does so in a way that really changes the fundamental nature of extradition. Firstly, legally speaking, it abolishes the term extradition in the EU, a term that is then replaced with the legal term of surrender, making the whole extradition procedure in the European Union much more similar to the way one state in the United States extradites individual criminals to another state in the United States. So it becomes much more similar to the United States in terms of extradition than what there was in Europe before. The way extradition used to work is that it used to be a diplomatic procedure between different states. So you have Judge A in country A that would then get in touch with the foreign ministry of that country A, that in turn would get in touch with the foreign ministry of country B, who in turn would get in touch with the judge of country B. Then the judge of country B would, in a sense, instruct potentially the police to arrest somebody, but the foreign ministry of country B might say no. For political reasons, we do not hand over this particular person. And then, in fact, there would be a political argument between the foreign ministry of country A and foreign ministry of country B. And in many circumstances, they would not be able to, in a sense, come up with a good agreement. Now, the European arrest warrant abolishes this entire diplomatic procedure between states and creates a new procedure which is entirely administrative. So you do not deal anymore with Foreign Ministry A and Foreign Ministry B. You only deal with Judge A and Judge B. Judge A sends the European arrest warrant directly to Judge B. Judge B directly deals with the police forces, hands over the criminal suspect, and Judge A gets the criminal suspect. So we have no more diplomatic or political refusals of extradition, for instance, as we used to have between France, Belgium on the one hand, and Spain on the other hand, where very often France and Belgium would provide shelter and safe haven for ETA terrorists from Spain, and Spain could then not get them back because they were given political asylum on political grounds, for instance, of fighting a fascist dictatorship. This no longer exists. It's not possible anymore between member states of the European Union. And in addition to that, it also abolishes the so-called dual criminality principle. The dual criminality principle means and suggests that in order for somebody to be handed over, to be extradited, something needs to be a crime in country A as well as a crime in country B. If it's not a crime in both countries, then judge from country B is not going to hand over the criminal suspect to country A, where it is a crime, because it isn't a crime in country B. But once you abolish the dual criminality principle, all is needed is that it's a crime in country A, and then the judge in country B will hand over the criminal suspect, even though it's not a crime in country B. So the way this works is as a mutual recognition of criminal judgments that are similar to the way the European single market is constructed. Now, I'll give you a concrete practical example here, where the example of the failed bombers in London of the 21st of July, 2005. As you remember, 7/7 were the terror attacks that actually managed to work. But then 2 weeks later, there was another attempt at a terror attack, and the terrorists afterwards fled from London to Italy. Now, in the past, what would have happened is that the Italian judiciary system that would have probably taken something like 10 to 15 years to even make a decision on what to do with this person, and then may not have handed over the person to the UK. In this particular case, what happened is that the whole foreign ministry level was completely excluded. We were dealing with a British judge and an Italian judge, and the criminal suspect was handed over in a matter of weeks, not in a matter of years. I think the whole procedure was taking something like 4 to 6 weeks, maybe 8 weeks for the person to be handed over from Italy to Britain. So this was a very, very significant change, of course. Now, subsequent to this, we also had, of course, the EU counterterrorism financing regime here as well. 9/11 provided for this critical juncture. In the EU, we had on the 21st of September 2001, we had the so-called action plan, where counterterrorism financing was really a decisive aspect with two components. One component was after 9/11, the freezing of assets for the Taliban, for bin Laden, etc., and also the freezing of assets for individuals that were either associated with the Taliban, associated with bin Laden, etc. There were two-tiered measures here. The EU would come up with common positions in terms of foreign policy, where they would, in a sense, implement UN Security Council decisions. And then for the single market, they would adopt regulations where they would be given the regulatory powers to freeze those assets as part of the single market rules. The UN here proved very decisive. The UN, of course, developed the UN Security Council resolutions 1333, whereby all member states of the United Nations should freeze assets of bin Laden and associates. It subsequently drew up the so-called 1267 committee, which drew up an updated list of individuals that was associated with bin Laden, etc., with the Taliban, the proliferation of names, and the EU would then transcribe that list directly by committee into European Community legislation. We also had the UN Security Council Resolution 1373 on the prevention and suppression of financing measures. measures that were previously in international conventions that the EU would then also transcribe by committee into EC legislation. As of more recently, we had a number of very important developments in the European Union. Of course, Federica Mogherini in particular developed this concept of a security union that is evolving in the EU institutional debates. In 2016, Federica Mogherini, the then EU foreign minister, if you like, or the EU High Representative for Foreign Security Policy, as it's called according to the treaties, she said, we must become more joined up across internal and external policies. For her, internal and external securities link up and must be linked up. We must become more joined up in our security and development policies. This is something that she said in 2016 as part of the global strategy for foreign and security policy. 2017, there was a development of a chapter of this global strategy, the Year 1 report, that emphasized a crucial role, again, of this joined up union that is based on the idea that the union works jointly across policy sectors, institutions, and of course, member states. In June 2017, the European Council conclusions also called for this security union. It called for a common approach to security and defense amongst EU member states through more interoperability between the various databases, ETIAS, for instance, involving also industry to resolve a number of issues, for instance, automatically detecting and removing terrorist content, dealing with encrypted data used by communications technology amongst terrorists, and securing data evidence. Furthermore, there was also a call for smart distribution of financial resources. Here in particular, the EU would negotiate the formation of a European Defence Fund for the European Industrial Development Programme, also for boosting defence industry. There was a development of the Athena mechanism to include battle groups for providing a rapid response to crisis management, something that could now, for instance, be used in theatres of conflict. There's also a call for more sharing of knowledge on terrorist fighters and also on homegrown radicalized individuals. Also for providing more support to victims of terror attacks and for strengthening EU cooperation and external security. The Commission implementation report that followed up in September of that year agreed on a mechanism between the Council and the Parliament to agree on an EU entry and exit system. Here, particularly the work on ETIAS, that is to provide greater border security. The Commission later also proposed that all centralized information system for security, borders, and migration management would become interoperable, meaning they would speak to one another. They also brought a new Europol regulation into force and a new directive on combating terrorism, criminalizing acts such as financing of terrorism, traveling for terrorist purposes, and a revised firearms directive. It also continued work on preventing radicalism, reducing accessibility of content, and empowering civil society partners, and of course an increased role for the Radicalization Awareness Network, RAN, that is quite famous in Europe. So at this point, I thank you very much for your attention. It's been a great pleasure to speak to you, and I hope that you have a very enjoyable conference. Thank you very much for listening to me. Bye-bye.
Thank you for Professor Christian Fernand for the wonderful keynote speaker. Now we jump to technical session. To continue the technical session, I invite to Dina Adel Ahmad for presenting paper titled Linking Dry Port with Intermodal Transport Opportunities and Challenges. For Dina Adel Ahmad, time is yours.
Yes, dear Dina Adel Ahmad, please give me the co-host from the device, Dina Adel Ahmad.
Yes.
PowerPoint is clear now? Are you hear me?
Yes, yes, ma'am. It is clear.
Okay. Hello, everyone. My name is Dina Aidel Hamad. I'm teaching assistant at College of International Transport and Logistics at Arab Academy for Science, Technology, and Maritime Transport. I'm from Egypt. Today, I will talk about linking dry port with intermodal transport, opportunities and challenges. Let me start with abstract. Most ports are not as effective and are becoming barriers to foreign trade and international trade. Another type of problem faces seaport, like a negative effect on the port performance, such as lack of capacity at the stations that lead to decreased services of cargo areas of seaport, increase the duration of customs clearance procedures. So the concept of dry port comes because of increased competitive advantage and the growth in the volume and the global trade and the trade movement. So the aim of this paper to identify and verify opportunities and challenges that have facing connectivity between dry port and intermodal transport. So I will ask about what the meaning of the dry port. Dry port is the same activities like seaport, but the differentiation between seaport and the dry port without sea, but we have all the department, ownership, location, a legal system, all of these concepts are in the dry port like seaport, but this without any sea, like a storage area. According to Rosso 2020, he said, dry port is inland intermodal terminal connected to seaport with high capacity transport mean, where customers can leave and pick up their containers, unit, and so on, if direct to a seaport. However, the authors also noted by the agreements under different terms around the world and the different location, ownership, functions, and initial process in the dry port. And also, dry port becomes part of competitive transportation system that has different number of stakeholders related to the work in dry port and seaport with different strategies and interests, as far as the port and terminal management is considering and enhancing all the operation and logistics operation in the seaport and the dry port. And also it will be flexible and give more attention to face the increasing demand. On the other hand, level of inefficiency resulting from the capacity problem and overcrowding and cargo bottlenecks at the seaport. So some measures should be put in place to help port operators and all the stakeholders that deal with seaport to handling a logistics concept in the role of decreasing obstacles and overcrowding, especially in seaport. Firstly, in discussion and result, I will start with my methodology in this paper. The aim of this paper to identify the main opportunities and challenges that face linking dry port with intermodal transport. And this objective have been done through conducting semi-structured interview with 10 participants pre-selected from some official in the Ministry of Transport, official in railway stations, academic working in the same field. And they asked it in different aspects. First one, importance of dry port in terms of weaknesses and strengths points. Secondly, barriers of applying connectivity and linkage between seaport and the dry port and the intermodal transport. Finally, opportunities behind having the dry port connected with intermodal transport. So after this analysis, we transpose SWOT analysis based on the output of this interview. And this data collected from interview was analyzed through conducting in vivo software to analyze this interview data from the interviewees. So this section will analyze the interview question. Firstly, I will start with the theme of dry port importance is generated. I will illustrate every factor of this figure. First one, international trade. Evidence of this factor is as follows according to the interviewees' behaviors. Firstly, dry port, one of the international trade activities. Port also and seaport, important role to serve the national economy through handling containers and supporting international trade. Cost and the price, it's the most important factors related to the triport and all the stakeholders. The evidence of these factors, cost per square meter in the triport is 10% lower than the cost in seaport. So the best opportunity will be in the triport. Customs clearance, reducing overcrowding inside and outside seaport. Withdrawing goods and completing customs clearance operations, it reduced the idea of empty trips. So we can take cargoes from the seaport and transport it through different mode of transport from the seaport to the dry port. So the final customer will get his goods just in time. Operations in seaport, it reduced the idea of empty trips because the trucks that arrive at the triport with raw materials to make added value services without paying any customs taxes or any fees extra. Second theme, it's related to having dry port connected with multimodal transport, opportunities and the barriers from this connectivity. From this theme, we have different codes and different aspects. This code will illustrate it. First one, competitive advantage. What's the competitive advantage from have dry port connected with multimodal transport? First, competitive advantage between dry port and seaport in different aspects, such as cost, its connection, different modes of transport, which it will give a competitive advantage to the customer and only for all the stakeholders related on this deal or international trade. Secondly, reducing cargo. Cargo bottlenecks, it's the main problem in seaport gate, in and out. So this connection definitely will reduce cargo bottlenecks in and outside seaport, in addition to speeding up customs release of shipments, ending procedures, and facilitating indirect transport process. Thirdly, lower cost. We mentioned before that the cost and the price is the important factors in all that international trade. In the fifth interview, number 5, the interviewee evidence as follows. The fact that cost in land transport is lower and storage areas are larger than in seaport. So the customer and all the stakeholders, we will have space in the dry port. So I can to store my goods in the dry port, and we will have a space in the seaport. So we can loading and unloading goods in and from seaport. And in interview number 9, the interviewees noted that reducing the net operating cost of multimodal transport, which lead to increased trade and shipping goods by rail or trucks or different mode of transport. So over long distance is cheaper than any other means of land transport. Number 5, lack of infrastructure. If we have infrastructures in seaport, in our dry port, or any place, we will have a good service. So the main barriers of any dry port, the presence of handling station from the railway to the yard, as well as efficient procedures and trains. Finally, logistics performance. Since multimodal transport agreement has not been applied in Egypt, the multimodal transport bill of lading is not recognized, and there is a legal system for this agreement. There isn't any legal system for multimodal transport. So this is a main barrier that face Egypt. So we didn't have a multimodal transport agreement. We can't to apply this agreement. SWOT analysis. SWOT analysis summarize all the output of this interview, based on which we have opportunities, obstacles, strengths, and weaknesses point. We will mention everyone. So we will start with strengths points. First one, geographical location. Geographical location is the best factor of important factor in the dry port choosing. So when we have geographical location near of industrial zones and near of seaport, so we have to handle cargo from seaport to the dry port and to the final customer. Link it dry port with most important ports in Egypt, facilitating indirect transit process. Lower cost, we mentioned before, again, lower cost and price is the main and important factor in all this international trade. Large storage area in the seaport and reducing also empty traps. Weaknesses point, infrastructure of road and railway. This is the mean of transport that we will connect between seaport and dry port. Legal system framework, like we mentioned in Egypt, we didn't apply a multimodal transport agreement. Lack of experience, lack of international information network. Opportunities when we have dry port, reducing overcrowding in and out seaport gate, increasing withdrawal rates of goods from seaport, and speeding up custom procedures, release of shipments. Threats, it will be in infrastructure and transportation readiness, lack of connection of railway to all ports, competition between triport, seaport, and handling companies. Procedures require a large financial guarantee. Finally, I will conclude with the further research. This research is essential as it explains the potential of the concept of triport and intermodal model transport, to highlight the opportunities and the obstacles of having triport connected with intermodal transport. Moreover, the upcoming researcher could use the output of this paper by applying case study on other ports or other countries. Thank you everyone for your attention and listening. I have been finished. If anyone have any question, don't hesitate to ask me.
Yeah, thank you very much. You're welcome. Any question from the other or any comment? If there is no questions.
No questions? Okay.
Okay, no question. I invite to the other participants. I invite Duarte da Costa Samento for presenting the paper title Analysis Maintenance System in Apply and Wasilla Group and 2 Central Diesel Power Plant in Timor-Leste. Time is yours. I invite Duarte da Costa Sarmento for presenting the paper title Analysis Maintenance System in Apply by Wasilla Group in 2 Central Diesel Power Plant in Timor-Leste. Mr. Duarte da Costa Samento, are you in mute? Okay. Mr. Duarte da Costa Samento, I cannot hear your voice. Again, I invite Duarte da Costa Samento for presenting the people that analyze maintenance system and apply the Biowasila group and 2 central diesel power plant in Timor-Leste. Time is yours. Yes, we cannot hear your voice, sir. Somebody, Mania, who can help me, or Sounder can help Mr. Dorta Cosamento to fix. Mr. Duarte Costa, this time is yours. Again, I invite yes, I hear your voice. Again, I invite Duarte de Costa Samento to present the paper as analysis maintenance system in apply Wasila group in 2 central diesel power plant in Timor-Leste. Time is yours, sir. Okay, I'll continue for the next participant presenter. I invite to Muhammad Kaiser Omar for presenting the paper titled Employability Skill Requirement for People Disability PWD Job Success.
Is my voice audible to everybody?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Mr. Moderator. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and a very good day to everyone. So allow me to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Kaiser Omar. I'm from Department of Science and Technical Education from Faculty of Educational Studies in UPM, University Putra, Malaysia. So the article that I shared with all of you today is partially derived from, is partially derived from my research project under the Ministry of Education in Malaysia. This is part of my research grant. The title of this presentation is Employability Skills Requirement for People with Disability Job Success. Together with me, we have three more co-authors, Dr. Muhammad Hazwan, Muhammad Yaakob, and Marlina Muslim. So the point of discussion, let me move to the next slides. The points of discussion for this presentation, I will cover these 7 discussion topics. And I would like to start with introduction. All right, so it is quite disheartening to know that 15% of the global population live with some form of disability. Very recent findings reported by the World Bank in 2021, whereas 80% who live in developing countries. So this is quite disheartening to know that approximately about 15% of the global population. And according to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, a proportion of only 17.9 people with disability were successfully employed by industries in 2020. So mainly the research that we carried out is looking at the projection of the employment intake among people with disability, and we are looking at the likelihood of those people with disability getting into employment. And we try to discover what the hindrance and barriers of unemployment among people with disability. When looking at the Malaysian context, in 2019, the employment rate among Malaysian people with disability, is still low, about 0.31%. So we have the exact numbers over there because we have Department of Statistics in Malaysia who collect the numbers of people with disability. So in 2018, for example, close to 500,000 people were considered as people with disability. This number was derived from this Public Welfare Department. When we review some of the published literatures, when we look and focusing on the employment rates throughout the globe, we found that it is overwhelming majority of unemployed people with disability. They really want to work, and we have these cross findings over different nations. They have this motivation and passion to work. However, because of prejudices and stereotyping of this group of people, and of course limited choices in employment for people with disability, and according to DIAP, on the other hand, some of the people with disability were not able to meet the expectation that they need from their employers. And of course, another critical issue related to hiring people with disability is on the workforce environment. So we as a researcher, we want to produce an impactful research, and we look at the possibility on how we can commemorate and reskilling and upskilling those people with disability. We know that they have certain talents and traits, and therefore we look at the specific elements of employability skills. So employability skills consists of the soft skills elements, which includes communication skills, positive attitudes, teamwork, problem-solving skills, those kind of critical thinking skills. And of course, these skills are very much getting into much attention by the World Economic Forum and World Bank, for example, looking at the projection of the necessary skills in 2025. If you are able to locate that information, is from World Economic Forum. It is not specifically looking at the regular employees, but also looking at the possibility of hiring people with disability with that specific employability skills elements. All right, so the research objectives for this article, we want to explore the employability skill traits and attributes that devise from the intervention employability skill program participated by the people with disability. And ultimately, we want to propose critical employability skill attributes for to improve the curriculums of the PWDs and perhaps to enrich the elements of employability skill in the training module. So these are some of the methods that we use, and basically, I'm hearing some noise. Can the moderator control this voice? Okay, right. So as I mentioned earlier, this research was carried out using a mixed methods design. Particularly at the first stage, we collect the quantitative data from the employer side. We want to know what employers' requirement for hiring people with disability, and we found out quite interesting findings. But for this particular article, we want to report on the qualitative side, which is the qualitative the employability skills project that we intervention program that we conducted at the university. So on the qualitative side, we particularly looking at the case study. We have 11 students with disabilities, comprises of Malaysian Association of Blindness groups of students, and we have these University Putra Malaysia students who encounter some struggles in learning. And of course, these groups of informant, the groups of informant consists of 11 students were involved in intervention program, employability intervention program that I will show after this. And of course, when we do these types of research, we obtain the ethical approval from the UPM boards. And we develop the interview protocol, and then we validate and doing some form of content and construct validation. We on the qualitative analysis side, we come up with this thematic analysis to report the findings, and in order to develop the thematic analysis, of course, we went through this triangulation process by having this observation and field notes. Okay, the employability skill intervention program took place in Putra Future Classroom. So this was the third day of the program. At the Faculty of Educational Studies, we have this facility, the Putra Future Classroom. We have these specific technologies. We have these IoT kind of artificial intelligence equipments in this class. We are expecting to embark the utilization of this Putra Future Classroom for inclusive education and also universal design learning approach. So on the third day, of course, we have this employability skills intervention program, and all the informants were involved in this program. And of course, we developed a module to support the skill training process. Okay, so we received quite positive feedback from the informants, from the participants of this program. And if you can see some of the informants, they are not totally blind. Sometimes some of them are partially blind. They have a different types of blindness, level of blindness. And these students were suffered by, these students struggle in learning because he discovered himself suffer from the ADHD. And then this was the consultant that we appoint to conduct the training. Okay, so you may surprise that it is quite a challenge to give this kind of training to those students with disability, especially on the blindness side. However, they have a very good sense. They are able to follow through the program, and then they enjoyed pretty much throughout throughout the program. All right, so let me move to the next slides. All right, this is the most interesting part. When we carried out a focus group discussion, and of course, because of this pandemic COVID-19, there was no way for us to get the data from the informants by meeting them physically. But what we did was we have this WhatsApp group, and we recorded our question using the audio. We recorded our verbatim, the audio system. We record that question, and then we requested the informant to respond back by using audio device, using the WhatsApp group function. And then we of course we transcribe all the audio recorded voice into a verbatim text, and we carried out a series of thematic analysis looking at the category, and finally we come up with different themes. So and of course based on the 3 days intervention program, the informants shared with us that a few exceptions over here derived from this narrative, that skills that could be included in addition to the skill that have is definitely writing a proposal, because some of the informants, some of the students with disability, they have an intention to develop business and join into entrepreneurship. So they want to have this kind of writing proposal skills. And of course, because of the fast and rapid ICT evolvement these days, and they believe that ICT skill is another important employability skill that they need to have. And in those kind of exception retrieve from the narrative. And interpersonal skills. So interpersonal skills on how they dealing, because most of the students with disability, they join service types of occupation. They become massager, they become most of the time they become major, someone who spend their time at the shopping complex and give this massage service. So marketing skills, those who like to join entrepreneurship. Practical skills is another important employability skills. They mentioned about having these basic carpentry skills, computer repair skills. Those skills are very important for survival.
Can you make jump to conclusion, please?
Okay, I'm closing to the end of my presentation, and finally is digital skills. Okay, the discussion. Okay, I will slowly go into the ICT competence based on this NACE board. I believe that it's essential to develop interpersonal skills, because these are very important skills to dealing with people. Having bad attitudes towards others is not advisable for those people with disability. And of course, practical skills, marketing and communication skills, those skills are important to survive in occupation. Finally, the conclusion over here, we are looking at the possibility to inculcate the bilateral and collaborative cooperation between employers and skill training institution by knowing what is lacking, what the mismatch in terms of the employer requirement, especially those for people with disability. And a training and intervention plan is very important compared to traditional teaching for people with disability. Of course, we give them practical, hands-on skills, those kind of skills for them to survive, to join the workforce. However, employability skills is also another important skill that we need to impose to the people with disability. And the way forward, we're looking at the possibility on encouraging internship and practicum opportunities in industrial settings for people with disability. So that will be it. Thank you for listening. I pass back to the moderator of this session. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Muhammad Kaiser Omar. Any question from the other participant? If there is no question, I invite the other presenter, Edwin Anthony Danubari, for presenting the paper title as Developing a Framework and Fusion Stability Social Housing Delivery in Greater Port Harcourt City, River State, Nigeria. Time is yours.
Hello?
Yes, yes, sir.
We have sent a video to you directly to upload.
Yes.
So I think we can upload. I've sought for permission to have you upload it now because it's already there.
Mr. Sonder or Maniapu, can you help me for? Okay, already.
Good morning, my wonderful colleagues. This morning I'm doing the paper developing a framework for social housing delivery in Greater Port Harcourt City. And I'll be doing that with my colleague, Mr. Kobari Viziga. The main issue here is in Nigeria, in Port Harcourt, where I'm doing this study, there is gross homelessness as in other parts of Africa and the third world. The issue that poverty is high. The government has not made any considerable effort to provide housing for the people. So there are too few houses and too many people pursuing them, with even increasing population. And we think that there is therefore the need to intervene and solve this housing deficit. Social housing is housing specifically designed for those on low income. And most times they are provided by other governments or the private sector, but with the sole aim of assisting to give shelter to the poor population, where returns on investment is low in terms of profits to those who are investing. To government also, this is seen as their social responsibility, but very unfortunately, it doesn't happen in most communities. The aim of the research is to develop a framework for sustainable social housing in Greater Port Harcourt City, River State, Nigeria. The objectives to do that, the objectives were one, to examine UN Habitat Guidelines as the body with all of the mandate concerning housing the world over. The second thing was to examine past government efforts as providing housing for the people of River State. And then as a third objective was for us to propose a way out. What do we do to ensure that this problem is solved? And that comes as a recommendation. In terms of research design, we use the mixed method research, and more specifically, the congruent triangulation, where we use the merits and demerits of both the qualitative and the quantitative, and then we triangulate it to get our results. In terms of population, we looked at the members of the occupational subgroups. As the poor people, you will know that they will exist as welders, hairdressers, as fisher folk, and all of that. And we took them as focus group discussions. Then we look at development professionals, the architects, the engineers, the estate surveyors, the town planners, and picked about five of each of those professional groups and sought their opinion. We also looked at directors of government ministries involved with housing provision. We looked at those in the mortgage business, in the financial business, to look at how much government and the financial institutions are able to contribute or have contributed to housing provision in Nigeria. Results from the findings show that there is need to intervene in this problem because all and most of the communities in Port Harcourt are besieged by substandard settlements, what we call shanties. And that's not good because, especially in the era after the COVID, we know that hygiene, we need communities that are healthy and communities that are sustainable and communities that are lively. It also found out that we needed to provide employment for the people, because the sole reason for inability to afford housing is lack of money. We discovered also that government has their part to play in making sure that the relevant policies and laws are put in place to ensure that those who are interested in participating in housing provision have confidence in the system. By so doing, by this research, therefore, we have succeeded in providing or developing a very veritable framework for social housing provision in Greater Port Harcourt. In fact, in the old times, so many problems as we are still with the provision, but now the major issue of lack of money, the major issue of unemployment, the issue of down payment, the issue of insincerity and corruption on the part of government have been eliminated, because now people are given employment in an agropolitan settlement where their time, their effort, and everything, training on the job as related to the development, will be provided within the enclave.
So I will be continuing from where my co-author stopped as regards to developing a framework for sustainable social housing within the Greater Port Harcourt City. And I'll be looking at the key features that will make such a program work. What were the recommendations, or what were the features that we recommended in the framework that will help the city in achieving housing provision for both the low and the medium income, as well as catering for those who have been disenfranchised or have been set aside in terms of housing provision, considering the market for housing within the Greater Port Harcourt City. And one key feature that we are going to highlight is the location. And for such a project of this kind, considering the fact that it's an agropolitan kind of project that will both provide housing and accommodation and recreation and other facilities that will make living and the environment conducive for those who are going to be staying there, we recommended a periphery location, or what we can call a peri-urban location for this project. And given the fact that the Greater Port Harcourt Master Plan made provision for the allocation of land for residential accommodation within the periphery, this project was recommended to be provided within that enclave. And the goal is to give a reasonable accommodation to individuals with no income or low income, such that they will be able to have a source of livelihood, and they will also receive empowerment to be able to fund such a project, because the project is not going to be for free. So for you to be able to live in such a project, you should have a sort of livelihood that will enable you to be able to pay in part or gradually for this project, as they will become a part and parcel of it right from the scratch. So that's why the periphery area of Port Harcourt City was recommended, so that those who will be benefiting from this project can also be involved in agrarian kind of productivity that will enable them participate actively in this project and be able to form the housing units that will be provided for our recommendations. There were several recommendations that were put forward concerning this project. One is that there should be adequate advocacy or creating of awareness with regards to social housing. Since this concept is new to Nigeria or the Greater Port Harcourt City, then it was also recommended that it should be such that transparency will be high in the priority of this project, so that those who are supposed to be beneficiaries of this project will be able to trust the government with regards to the fact that other past projects regards to mass housing or housing for the general populace failed because there was not really a serious trust in those who were responsible for executing this project. And as such projects failed because the people were not confident enough to believe that their interests will be taken into consideration in terms of housing provision. And since the area is a new town or is regarded as a new town that will be located in the periphery, it was also recommended that opinions of the prospective beneficiaries should be considered, given the fact that they are the ones that are going to be a part of such a program. It is important to know what their opinions will be with regards to the project. And it was also recommended that concerted and continuous relationship should be built between the government and those who are supposed to benefit from this project, and that the project should be executed strongly in line with the UN Habitat recommendation as it has to do with sustainable social housing in the third world nation. So we believe that if this project is executed, taking into consideration the framework that we have recommended, that it will be a great success, and such that it could be replicated in other parts of the country or other parts of the third world nations that are really facing housing problems of housing provision, especially for the low-income people within the population. In conclusion, we want to say that this research has successfully provided employment and affordable and sustainable housing for the poor population of the greater Port Harcourt city in a way or manner that has never been done before. And this is recommended through a public-private partnership model, which we believe will be of greater success than any other program that was done solely by the public sector. Thank you for listening and hope you have a great day.
Thank you for our presentation. So we move to I invite Toyin Segun Oni Yanka to present two papers. The first paper is the Maryland's Influence and Social Behavior Among Young and Educated in Nigeria, and the second paper, Readership of the Newspaper Editorial Among an Undergraduate Mass Communication Department, Federal University on Yekiti, Nigeria. Time is yours. Yes. Okay.
Hello.
Yes. Hello. Good
afternoon. Can you allow me to share my screen? Thank you. Let me start by appreciating the organizers of the conference for the opportunity given to us to participate in this conference. And I bring greetings from my co-authors, Dr. Rufai, Dr. Okwele. The first paper is talking about looking at the Malian influence on social behavior among youth in Ado-Ekiti. It is generally believed that mass media has potential to influence and to set agenda for the society. Although the media, although the media is quite ubiquitous in our environment, we still discover that it has its challenges, and then we want to see how it affects the entire story. If you look at the presence of the new forms of communication, I've also made celebrity quite Rather than attending shows or visit the cinema, youth can now access their favorite celebrity from the cover of their home via various social media platforms like Instagram, Twitter, YouTube, and so on. And then celebrity play a significant role in influencing people, especially with regards to how they relate, communicate, and the dress pattern. What is the Malian Empire? The Malian Empire is promoted by Avis Adesina, a musician popularly known as Naira Marley, who is regarded as the president of his fan base known as Malians. He became known for his 2017 song titled Isago, featuring Olamide and Likesh. The group, the fan base, is known for their antisocial behavior and the criminality in our environment. And generally, it is generally assumed that most Nigerian youths follow him or he has a significant followership. So it's not a problem. We agree that youth constitute the group of people that are easily susceptible to external opinions and influences. Such influences affect the way they behave. And of course, we know that the Nigerian society is faced with youth delinquencies, such as cybercrime, dressing out of culture, among others. And of course, we understand now how Naira Marley influences the acceptance or the acceptance of such delinquent behavior. His continuous irresponsible tweets and public display of alcohol and drugs, of course, also added to this. So this study wants to, against this background, wants to see how his behavior affects the youths in Ado-Ekiti. Research questions. We pose 3 research questions. The first one is are youths exposed to media contents that glamorize the lifestyle of Malians? What is the youth's perception of Malians on social behavior? What is the influence of Malians on social behavior among youths in Ado-Ekiti? Methodology, we use a descriptive, non-experimental research design. And the target population of the study includes youths who are resident in the state capital, that is the Ado-Ekiti. We gathered our data through means of primary and secondary sources. What are the results? The first one, we found that 51% of the respondents strongly agree that character of youth are usually influenced by the media and celebrity culture. What does that mean? That means that the exposure to social media greatly influenced the behavior of youth. Majority also agree that media plays a negative role in the lifestyle of Nigerian youth. And also, the study corroborates the finding of FO2, Adumatu, and OJ 2020 that celebrity culture and lifestyle impacted the lives of youth in Nigeria. On the research question 2, what is the youth perception of Malians or social behavior? The study revealed that agreed that Malian lifestyle, of course, influenced their behavior. In addition, the study established that 58% of the respondents strongly agree that Nigerian youth songs and listen to it. Research question 3. Hello? Research question 3. What is the influence of Malians on social behavior among youth in Ado-Ekiti? The result found that 75% of the respondents strongly agreed that Malian has an influence on the social behaviors of youth, which aligned again with the FO2, Adumatu, and OJ 2020, which submitted that musicians of songs are capable of drawing the attention of youth to take drugs. The study also established that indecent dressing among youth is encouraged as a result of Naira Marley's style. Conclusion, we found that youth behavior and thinking have been greatly influenced by Naira Marley. And then findings of this study also made it known that statement Marley made, of course, influenced youth. The study concluded that youth now see cybercrime as a career choice and criminality. The study recommended that parents gather and other students should monitor type of culture their youth are exposed to. Thank you so much. Hello. Hello. Hello.
Thank you very much. Any question from the others? Okay, if not, there is no question, so we move to the second paper from you, sir.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. Time is yours, sir. Okay, time is yours, sir.
Yeah, I'm with you. This second paper was meant to be presented by the second author. That is Dr. Olalekun Mustafa Rifai, but for circumstances beyond his control, I will be taking the paper representation on his behalf. The title of the paper is Leadership of Newspaper Editorial Among Undergraduates of Mass Communication, the Department of Mass Communication, the Department of the Federal University, Oye Ekiti. The background. Editorial news contains an account of boiling issues, opinions among the readers of the newspaper on a particular issue of national interest. Newspaper is simply a printed unbounded paper that contains news about current political, economic, and socio-cultural, educational, environmental, and scientific, and sundry affairs. Statement of problem. We all know that the front page of every newspaper is according with so much importance. Often, serious and topical issues are presented. However, in recent years, there has been a general decline in the extent to which reading paper editorial. The decline is also evident among the youth who are supposed to be active readers. Despite this narrative, many previous studies only focus on newspaper readership with no or little focused content preference, particularly editorial readership among youths. The study therefore attempted to explore the rate at which micrograduates read newspaper editorials, the exposures to read, how frequent they read it, the reasons for poor newspaper editorials readership. Research questions. Just like the first paper, we posted 3 research questions. The first one, do 4-year mass communication students read newspaper editorials? The second research question, what is the level of exposure of 4-year mass communication students to newspaper editorials? And then the third question, how frequently do 4-year mass communication students read newspaper editorials? Methodology. It is a survey research design, and then the study population includes all the 944 undergraduates of the Department of Mass Communication of the university. The study employed the primary data collection via questionnaire, and the secondary data includes books, journals, and internet. Data collected were analyzed using the descriptive statistics.
You can share it with through WhatsApp or email. I can screen share, so you can use your phone for audio purpose to explain about your paper.
Pardon me, I can't get you. I can't get that, please.
You can join from your phone, ma'am. I will be share the screen for your PPT.
Pardon me, I'm not getting you, please.
Okay, ma'am.
Result question 1. Do 4 years?
Okay, we will be note down that you are attend the conference, so we will be provide the certificate for presentation. We will note that you are attend the conference. We will be give the presentation certificate, so there is no issues with that, man. for your certification, we are already willing to present your paper also. So in this case, I decide to help you through share your PPT from our screen. No,
are you with me?
You are ready with PPT, right, ma'am?
Any question from?
Okay, ma'am. If you have share the PDF paper and explain the process, is that right, ma'am? Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am. Okay, ma'am.
Can I continue, please? Research question 1. The way mass communication students read this paper material. Our study found that about 60% of the graduates in the university.
Thanks for response, kind response, ma'am. After that, we will be share the link for certificates and proceeding books. And after that, we will be intimate through WhatsApp for journal publications, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. You are welcome, ma'am.
Okay, any question from to Mr. Thoyin Segun on Yanka? If there is no question, we continue for the next presenter. The title Analysis Maintenance System and applied by Wärtsilä Group in 2 central diesel power plant in the Timor-Leste by presentation by Duarte da Costa Samento from Timor-Leste. Time is yours. You are in mute, sir, so we cannot hear your voice. Mr. Sandberg, you can help me, or Maniapu, you can help me for Mr. Duarte da Costa Samento.
Yes, sir. I must inform you to unmute through WhatsApp.
Still not working though, so can you help me, Mr. Sonder or Maniapu, for this problem? We cannot hear Mr. Sounds of Mr. Duarte Costa Samento from solution. Okay. Or we continue for next presenter. The title teacher, self-efficiency and student academic performance in public and private senior secondary school in Ilorin South local government area, Kawara State, presented by Felicia K. Awala Lola. I invite presenter Felicia K. Oluwala. Time is yours.
I'm here. Good morning. Good morning.
Yes, good morning.
I speak with.
Yeah, here is that this evening. Yes,
I'm here. Permit me to.
Nice.
Good morning.
Yes, time is your, ma'am.
Okay. Permit me to share my screen with you. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, Miss.
Can you hear me?
Yes,
Permit me to share my screen with you.
Yes. Yes, time is your, ma'am. Got the presentations.
Good morning.
Yes, good morning to you.
Send a greeting from my colleague, Ijoma Charity. I'm from University of Ilorin, Nigeria. I want to share with you the knowledge on teachers' certificate and student academic performance in public and private secondary school in Ilorin, Kwara State. A powerful weapon for illuminating every aspect of society, an essential tool for achieving long-term growth, and the vehicle for pushing the we can refer education as regarded as a lifelong process through which a person earns a living and contributes to the nation's progress. In this study, education is viewed as an investment in economic, social, and political progress. Teachers' activities are the most efficient means of achieving all of these goals. Teachers are indispensable elements in the educational sector. No advance above the quality of its teachers, according to National Policy of Education. Education goals and objectives cannot be properly achieved without skilled discipline among the students in this contemporary world. The primary goals of is to prepare secondary school level for higher education, to produce an individual who will be useful to himself and the society at large. Not only that, but to be self-reliant, self-disciplined, and conform to the school rules. But today, the story is not the same, especially in this and so. The study examines four purposes of to examine the teachers' instructional self-efficacy and students' academic performance in private and public secondary schools. Secondly, to find out community involvement and student academic performance in private and secondary schools. To determine and student academic performance in secondary school, and to examine the discipline and student academic performance in private and public schools. Research question in line with the four research questions were answered in course of the study. Does teachers' efficacy affect students' academic performance? Does involvement have an influence on student academic performance? Does the school climate affect student and the discipline influence students' academic performance? Research hypotheses in line with the four research hypotheses were also formulated at 0.0 level. Now, the literature review. Some of the following: teachers' instructional self-efficacy, community involvement, then school climate, and discipline. The research methodology. The research design adopted for the study is correlational. Population for the study comprised 90 private and 21 public secondary schools with 1,952 private and 78 public teachers, making a total of 3,030 population. Sample techniques were used to select 192 teachers in public and 57 teachers in private senior secondary schools. Instrument for data was adopted, tag teachers' efficacy skill. Procedure for data collection were made by self, that is face-to-face, by the assistance of the researchers. Then the study was validated, subject to phase and content, and was expected by graduation. Revealed that school academic performance was highly influenced by teachers' instructional self-efficacy. Also, community involvement is very influential to the academic performance of students. Not only that, the study also revealed that school climate had a significant impact on teachers' self-discipline, impact on students' academic performance. Hypothesis 1 revealed that students assisted a positive relationship between teachers' instructional service. Likewise, the hypothesis 2 shows that community involvement is positively related to the academic performance. 3 indicated there is a positive relationship between school climate and student performance. The last hypothesis read that there was no relationship between student academic performance and teacher self-efficacy. The foregoing, it can be concluded that teachers' confidence in their had a positive relationship with students' academic performance. However, the role of community in the students' community in students' performance cannot be overemphasized, because the goal of each community have a functional member that will be used to help ourselves and the community at large. Also, a positive school climate not only contributed to students to them socially and psychologically, as well as having discipline school to monitor student behavior and outside of the school premises. Recommendation: the teachers should be put in their best so that they can get connected, difficult, and unmotivated students. Also, the teachers should be trained on the importance of self-efficacy in order to produce better results on students' academic performance in academia. Government at the local, state, and federal level should contribute to the needs of the school in order to the students' academic performance at large. And lastly, the school environment should be made conducive for the students' learning, discipline, moderately so as not to affect the student's academic performance negatively. Strict discipline does not work positively for all the students. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Thank you so much. Any question from the other participants?
Yes.
If there is no question, we continue for the other participants. Okay, we continue with the title Predicting the Split Tensile Strength and Cheat Cocoa Cements Construct Using Visual Basic Software. Presentation by Samuel Sule.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome. Again, I invite Mr. Sule, Samuel Sule, predicting and with the title Split Tensile Strength and Chicago Cements Construct Using Visual Basic Software.
Good morning. The title of our research article is Predicting the Split Tensile Strength of Cocoa Cement Concrete Using Visual Basic Software. The authors are Sule Samuel as the corresponding author. The co-author is Chioma Temitope Gloria Awodiji. Biography of authors. Mr. Sule Samuel holds a PhD degree in civil engineering, structural engineering option from the Federal University of Technology, Imo State, Nigeria. His research areas are majorly on structural concrete mixture proportioning, structural reliability analysis, and reliability-based structural design. He is currently a senior lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt, Department of Civil Engineering, River State. He is a current registered engineer and has published many papers in reputable journals. Chioma Gloria Temitope Awodiji also holds a PhD degree in civil engineering, structural engineering option from the Federal University of Technology, Imo State, Nigeria. Her researches are majorly on concrete properties and concrete optimization. She also has interest in structural reliability analysis and reliability-based structural design. She's currently a senior lecturer at the University of Port Harcourt, Department of Civil Engineering, River State. She's a current registered engineer and has published many papers in reputable journals. In this paper, Osadebe's regression theory was used to predict the split tensile strength of Scopus cement concrete. 25 selected mixed proportions of concrete produced from Portland cement, Sikoko, river sand, and granite shapings were studied. Out of the 25 selected mixed proportions, 15 mixed ratios were used to formulate the model, while the remaining 10 mixed ratios were used to validate the model. The model formulated was tested for adequacy at 95% level of confidence and was found to be adequate, as the calculated t-value was 1.43, which is less than the critical value of 2.26. Also, the predicted values were found to coincide with the regression values at all the experimental points, showing that the regression model can serve as a useful tool for the prediction of split tensile strength of Sikoko cement concrete. The split tensile strength obtained has a maximum value of 2.117 megapascal, while the lower value was 1.165 megapascal. These values are found to be within the range recommended for structural concrete. Also, the computer program developed was used to implement the process of selecting the mixed ratios corresponding to the desired value of the split tensile strength. Once you input any desired value of the split tensile strength that falls within the region of experimentation, the computer will print out the corresponding mixed ratios and vice versa. The computer program is very easy and very user-friendly. Apart from food, the most basic problem of man is shelter. The problem of man, shelter is as old as man. It is very unfortunate that no ideal solution has been found over the many centuries of man's existence. The problem, Nigerian population is increasing on a daily basis. Consequently, there is increase in demand for cement, despite the fact that cement factories are being built here and there. The quantity of cement available for construction is grossly inadequate. There is therefore an urgent need to search for material that can wholly or partially replace cement in concrete making. The use of Sikoko is one of such. Few researchers have worked on Sikoko in concrete making. Examples are Otoko 2014, Oto Sanyebusi 2018, Onkan Suli 2017, Onkan Suli 2017B, Omotosho 2005, Omotosho Nakodi 2003. Sikoko is a typical type of clay soil found in the marine environment of Niger Delta area of Nigeria. Materials and metal. The cement used for this study is ordinary Portland cement having properties conforming to BS EN 197 Part 1 2000. The water was used for this study was fresh, free, colorless, odorless, and free from any form of impurity. The fine aggregate used for this work was obtained from the Tamil River in Imo State. It was washed and sun-dried for 2 weeks before it was used for making concrete. The grading and properties were carried out in accordance with the requirement of BS 882 Part 2, 1996. The granite shippings used as quartz aggregate was obtained from Crossrock Industry in River State. In Port Harcourt, River State, it was properly washed and exposed to sun for 2 weeks in order to remove dirt. The Sikoko that was used as partial replacement for cement was collected in bags from the Magoon Swamp of Vivo Island in Port Harcourt, River State. It was exposed to sun for a period of 3 weeks, ground for the seed to obtain fat particles that were close to the cement. A polylanicity test was carried out in order to ascertain whether could be used as semi-replacement material, and the results are presented in Table 1. Plate 1 shows the ground acid cocoa that was used as substitute material for cement in concrete making. Production of test specimen. 75 cylindrical concrete specimen of dimension 150 millimeter diameter and 200 millimeter high were produced and tested for split tensile strength at 28 days of curing water. The mold were filled in 3 layers and then tapped with a tamping rod in accordance with the provision of BS EN 123/96/2000. The specimen were demolded after 24 hours of casting and were later taken to a large curing tank where they were cured 20 days. At the end of the curing, they were now taken to a universal testing machine for a compression test, for a split tensile strength test. Compression was applied in such a way that it made the concrete fail by splitting along the loaded diagram. The maximum load at failure was recorded. 3 replicas were produced per mix ratio. The split tensile Table 3 shows the various mix ratios, condition of the trial and the control mixes. The first 15 mix ratios were used to develop the model, while the remaining 10, starting from C1 to C10, were used to validate the model. The split tensile strength at the end of the split tensile test was obtained using the formula 2P all over pi L5, where L subscript SPL is nothing but the split tensile stress, P is the maximum load at failure, L is the height or length of a cylindrical specimen, and phi represents the diameter of the cylindrical specimen. Regression model development. According to Obana Masadebe, 2006, the response function of the for a 5-component mixture is given by this equation, where alpha 1 to alpha 45 represent the regression coefficient. Then Z1, Z2, Z3, Z4, up to Z5 represent nothing but the component fraction or component proportion. Results and discussion. A regression model was developed to predict the split tensile strength of cyclical cement concrete. The model developed was tested for adequacy at 95% level of significance using the student t-test and was found to be adequate for use. The result of the laboratory investigation of the split tensile strength of cyclical cement concrete at age 28 so that the density fell within the range of 2400 kg per meter cube to 2465 kg per meter cube. This is an indication that the concrete produced is normal weight in nature. Also, the maximum value of the split tensile strength obtained at the end of the test was 2.117 megapascal, while the lowest value was 1.165 megapascal respectively. These values fall within the range required or recommended for structural concrete. The final regression model is given in this. At the end of the regression, at the end of the day, the model coefficients are found, and these are the resulting regression models. This model was tested for adequacy at 95% level of significance and was found to be adequate. Conclusion. A visual basic program was developed based on the Sadebe's regression theory to predict the split tensile strength of cyclical cement concrete. For any desired value of split tensile strength that falls within the experimental domain, the program will predict the corresponding mix ratios applied to partial. The computer program is very easy and very user friendly. The use of proposed computer program will provide an additional knowledge to anyone that is interested in this field of study. References.
Okay, thank you for the presentations. For next presentations, I invite to Intan Permatasari for presenters the paper titled Impact Epidemic Measure in Construction Project Performance in Indonesia. Time is your Intan.
Thank you for the opportunity. I will share screen. Do you can see my screen?
Yes, Intan. Yes, we can see your screen. So go ahead for the presentation. Time is yours.
Thank you. I will introduce myself. My name is Intan Permatasari and my second author is Budi Hartono. We are from Gajah Mada University in Indonesia. Today I will present my paper. The title is Impact of Pandemic Measures on Construction Project Performance in Indonesia. This little abstract, the research about COVID-19 has resulted in recession and economic downturn. And then in Indonesia, the pandemic and its measures pose challenge for construction companies. This study aims to identify the impact of COVID-19 pandemic measure on performance construction in Indonesia. Here, start from the introduction or description in introduction. In 2021, the case of COVID-19 in Indonesia had increased significantly. The Ministry of Health of the Republic Indonesia on December 2021 reported more than 4 million people were confirmed positive COVID-19. Based on data from Central Statistic Agency, the growth of gross domestic product in second quarter was at minus 5.39 and second quarter at minus 4.52. Business activity in construction sector in Indonesia in the first quarter shows sign of contracting growth with VNB 0.08% lower than before. As a result of uncertainty in the current situation, the impact of COVID-19 pandemic being faced by the construction industry, not enough to be identified from economic aspect, but in addition to the financial part, there are many impact faced by construction industry due to COVID-19 pandemic. In construction, problems that will affect the performance on project completion. Project performance in construction is considered an indicator of project management success or failure. So, this research study is needed to examine the impact of pandemic measure on project performance. This is the past study identifies several variables which affect construction performance, as seen at table 1. And then this is the research of framework. This study used project analysis unit, and selected project is a construction project in Indonesia. This research used questionnaire survey with population in the study were project leaders and managers who came from top-level management, from service providers or contractor who carry out construction project and were being affected by COVID-19 pandemic. Based on minimum number of samples, this research can process 62 data from construction industry and 100 data from overall construction. This is the classification of the project. And then the result, by using PLSM method, the hypothesis result can be concluded that effect on variable performance on construction project in Indonesia due to COVID-19 pandemic is 1. Is the level of movement restriction during the pandemic or lockdown has positive effect on level of challenge implementing social distancing. And from hypothesis 2, the level of challenge implementing social distancing has negative effect on project performance, and the level of continuous use PPI has negative effect for project performance. This is a result for overall construction. And this is the result for industrial construction. It is different from before. The result is 1, the level of movement restriction during pandemic or lockdown has positive effect to level of challenge of implementing social distancing. 2, the level of movement restriction during pandemic lockdown has negative effect on project performance. And 3, the level of planning limiting number of workers have negative effect on project performance. Conclusion of this research is the result of data processing show that the result of data processing with different types of project produce different conclusion. Overall construction show all variables that have an effect on project performance, but only the level of challenge implementing social distancing and variable. And level of challenge in implementing social distancing on project performance. Whereas in industrial construction, only 3 variables according to the initial hypothesis shows that level of movement restriction during pandemic has positive effect level of challenge implementing social distancing. And then the level of movement restriction during pandemic has negative effect on project performance, and level of planning limiting number of workers have negative effect on project performance. That's all that I give you. Is there any question? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Intan. Permatasari, any question from the other participant? If there is no, we continue for the other presenter. I invited Dr. Santi Maka for presentation paper title and efficient algorithm multi and metric on two-dimensional mesh and network parallel architecture. Please, Dr. Santi Maka, time is yours. I invite Dr. Santi Maka to present your article.
Very good morning all. Myself Dr. Shanti Makka, Associate Professor in the in the Department of Computer Science and Engineering at Vasvi College of Engineering, Hyderabad. Today I'm here to give a presentation on one of my research paper, an efficient algorithm to multiply n number of matrices and two-dimensional mesh network parallel architecture. In this paper, one of my colleague, Dr. Gagandeep Arora, is also a co-author. Now, the product of matrices is playing a vital role in the emerging areas such as cryptography, machine learning, and it also plays a major role in the physics, engineering. It also used to find the solution for the linear equations. And one of the famous software in one of the famous graphic software, that is Adobe Photoshop, to render the images. There also the matrix multiplication is used. But when I have to multiply two matrices, there the time complexity will be n cube if I follow the linear approach. And this matrix multiplication has a huge or vital role in many application areas. So then I thought of to optimize the time. So optimizing the time gives an idea to me, to us to think in a parallel way. As you know that nowadays, the advent of technology and architectures facilitate us to think of implementing those conventional approaches in a parallel way. And as you know that the matrix multiplication follows the associative law. If I alter the sequence of matrices, it does not affect the final result. Matrices multiplications may not be that much a concern. But when I have to talk about n number of matrices, the n can be anything. If I have the n number as huge number, then obviously even though, because if I'm altering the sequence, it is not affecting my final result, then we try to multiply those matrices in identifying the optimal sequence, final results. For that purpose, we use the matrix chain multiplication, that is MCM approach, to identify the optimal sequence. Then after that, once the optimal sequence to multiply the matrices is available, then we go for the multiplying of these matrices. And in our approach, we have used n power 9, n square number of processors. So as I said that first we are going to decide the optimal order just to minimize the time complexity. Now you can see here in a sequential approach to multiply two number of matrices, we have the time complexity of n cube. You can see here how as the input size is getting increased, how the time complexity is increasing. Now different parallel approaches already, many authors already they discussed about this. Like one of the author has taken n square by log n cube number of processes. The time complexity is being optimized for log n cube. And I just made the comparison between this, you can see this log n cube, that is blue color, means this is like when we are talking about the parallel approach. Okay. This sequential approach is being compared with the other parallel approaches which are already discussed by a few authors by taking the different number of processes. The sequential is this blue color line, other two other parallel approaches. Okay. Now, when we were given n number of matrices, firstly we construct the complete binary tree. Then after that, every adjacent matrices will be multiplied by using the mesh network with the wraparound connections. And these matrices will be multiplied in a bottom-up fashion. You can see here how these matrices, every adjacent matrices will get multiplied. Here we consider a two-dimensional mesh network and a SIMT model having wraparound connections, and we designed an algorithm to multiply n cross n matrices using n square number of processes. Firstly, we arrange all these matrices ai and ai plus 1 in such a way that till an. And the product of ai and ai plus 1 will be done by the processor Piz. That means this PISA processor will be having a pair of elements from AI and AI plus 1. The elements of matrix AI will move in a, the elements of matrix AI will move in a, you can see here, in a left direction, and the elements of matrix AI plus 1 will move in a upward direction. AI plus 1 will move in a upward direction, and AI will move in a towards the left direction. Okay. Now all this alteration of elements of AI and AI plus 1 stores this result will be stored in the processing element P, which leads to the new pair of further multiplication. First, we stagger two matrices A and A plus 1. Secondly, we find the multiplication of AI of IK with AI plus 1 of KZ. And then we calculate the sum of those entries. Once the second step is completed, we go for the summation. You can see here. Okay. Now, mesh network is a topology that makes a collection of nodes to form the grid, which is called generally we call it as mesh topology. And all edges are parallel to axis of the grid, and also adjacent nodes communicate to each other through the network. Now, total number of nodes in this network is nothing but the total number of nodes in a row multiplied by the total number of nodes in a column. Okay. The evaluation of this mesh network can be done by the factors. One is the diameter, and the second is the bisection width. A p-dimensional mesh network having k into p nodes has a diameter of p into k minus 1. Bisection width is the minimum number of edges required from network to divide entire network into the equal parts. Here you can see. Now, how to analyze this approach? Okay, as I said that first we have constructed a complete binary tree. It will take we can construct this complete binary tree using the linked list. It will take big O of n time. And the multiplication of two n cross n matrices using this sim mesh network will take 2n minus 1 time. Okay, and I'm using number of processes and n square. Multiplication process require big O of n amount of time, as we need to multiply n number of matrices that are organized in a complete binary tree. So total amount of time which is required is n log n, because n time is required to multiply every two adjacent, and these matrices are arranged in a complete binary tree. So complete binary tree means the depth of the tree will be log n. So total amount of time which is required is n log n. In this slide, we made the comparison with this. If I have to multiply n number of matrices on a linear way, the time complexity is depicted in the blue line, and parallel approach is red line. So, as a conclusion, just while concluding this, as a parallel approach plays a major role in improving the performance of our applications. If we use the uniprocessor system to increase the performance of an applications, we have to run these applications at the higher clock speeds, which consumes a lot of power. Further, it generates huge amount of heat. So to eliminate these facts, we can make these applications to be implemented in parallel way. Okay. We also identified the parallel modules for multiplying set of matrices with the given dimensions using architecture, mesh network, and the performance is being compared with the sequential approaches and other existing parallel approaches also. In future, because we have considered only the mesh network, and that too the algorithmic approach, and the time complexity has been calculated as per the theoretical approach, it can further be implemented practically. And in place of mesh network, mesh topology, we can use other topologies also. And the same n number of multiplication process in the different topologies can be we can make the comparison. So these are the references we have used, and thank you so much.
Okay, thank you for the presentation. So we go to the next presentation. I invite to share STEM Ali for presented the people title comparative study monopoly with the attempts includes the compulsive monopoly. Okay, time is yours. I invite Sheikh Eston Ali. Yes, time is yours. Again, I invite Sheikh Eston Ali for presenting the paper titled Comparative Study of Monopole with Attendance Enclosed Harmful Monopole. Again, I invite Sheikh Eston Ali for the presenter paper as the comparative study of the monopole with that includes the compulsive monopole. Please, time is yours. I announce that here I share an coming conference with the organizers by IFERP, the first 5 international conference in multidisciplinary research and study and educational development will be held on 26 and 27 May 20 and 22 in Malaysia. And the second 10 international conference on the research challenges and engineering and technology will be held in 22nd and 23 in June 2022 in Bali, Indonesia. And third, second international conference in innovative research in engineering and technology will be held 15 and 6 June 20 and 22 in Vietnam. So if you're interested for the coming conference, visit the relevant conference website and contact conference coordinator for info. I already write down for in the chat box website. Please visit the website. You can check. Okay, time is yours for Ali for presentations. Okay. Okay. Boleh permisi kita Okay, for the end of our seminar, so we need 4 things for the by host. So we need so enter Moya Sandi Amaje PhD for the text notes. And I will announce, we will announce the best paper and presentation paper award through the email. So this is the end of our seminar. We hope we can see you again in the same seminar. This is the again, I would like to thank you very much for the coming this seminar. See you and bye from now.